From the legendary Ken Climo to James Conrad.
Got it. The champagne bath from Weston Isaacs and Nate Perkin.
To Nico Lacastro and Paul Macbeth. The hallowed grounds of Winthrop University giveth.
Gets it up. Look at this man. Just watch this man.
And they can take it away.
Just a little short. You can hear him begging for it just to be long enough. This putt to be the 2014 United States champion. Just weak side. Will can't believe it.
Faced with adversity and an extreme test of one's emotions, we compete courageously under a crisp October sky. 4 rounds to crown America's next disc golf champion. The 2020 United States Disc Golf Champion will be crowned today.
Welcome back to Rock Hill, South Carolina for the final round of the 2020 United States Disc Golf Championships. I'm Ian Anderson, Philo Brathwaite alongside Nate Sexton kicking it as well. And Philo, somebody's life is going to change today, my friend.
Absolutely, sir. Today is the day, guys. These guys have been working all year long. Leads up to this moment right now. Chris Dickerson's got a couple Disc Golf Pro Tour championships, but this is a whole nother level.
He told us yesterday this is the one he wants the most.
Absolutely. I mean, he's worked so hard to get to this point, and this is his moment.
Here he is on the tee, reaching for an A3. Looking to join our friend Nate Sexton among the champions out here.
Again, just absolutely perfect.
Gosh, man, what a
way to start the day.
Great way to start your final round. Maybe kick off just a few of those nerves.
Absolutely.
And the youngster, Kyle Klein, 18 years old.
Can't say enough about this guy. He was the next gen winner last year as an amateur and bumped up to a pro and right back in the hot seat on the main stage once again at the end of the season.
On the biggest stage we have, reaching for an FD3.
Ooh, maybe a little early jitters there, a little high out the gate.
I can say from experience, Chris's shot getting that close, it eliminates more than a little bit of the nerves. I mean, that's got to feel so good after waiting all morning and all last night to throw that throw.
My goodness. Eagle McMahon also throwing an FD3, overstable fairway driver.
Again, just a hair hot, but better position than yesterday.
Yeah, it looks not quite as deep in that bush there. And Alex Russell shredded in round 2. Real solid in round 3 as well, Philo?
Absolutely. I mean, it's really hard to go back-to-back double digits out here at Winthrop, and he held his own yesterday.
Holding a Gator 3 right now. A little slower speed than Discmania folks. The same spot as yesterday.
Crispy. Very nice, Alex Russell. Good way to start off the round for a couple of those guys there. Yeah. Getting themselves a nice look for birdie 2. Well, here we are. Nate, you want to tell them about it?
Yeah, you just saw it, hole 1. You got the big fake rock there as one of the main obstacles, as well as those high branches arcing down. I think That mid-range play that we saw from Chris and Alex, so good, because that downslope is not going to punish you on the skip. You throw it flat and firm, let it finish, and they did that perfectly.
Yeah, wonderfully done. We'll be looking at Kyle Klein here in a second. He's, ooh, kind of a tiny gap he's looking at here in a second. You'll see it. Around the outside, what do you guys think?
Maybe even up and over. We'll see. That early gap looks kind of scary.
This is a smaller one than you're hoping for this early.
He's looking right down that tiny alley. He's trying to punch it through there and lay it up.
Should be good for this jump putt, though. I always like the jump putt up.
There you go.
Especially when there's a tiny gap involved. Really helps to be putting it through that gap than trying to take a swing at it.
Absolutely.
Kyle making good for his par, just losing one stroke to our leader and Chris Dickerson there. And Alex Russell's going to try and chase down our leaders, but he's got a whole host of guys trying to chase him down. There are a ton of guys sitting at 22, 21, 20.
Absolutely, and you're talking about world champions, you know, top 10 players, a couple of lefty or a lefty with Nathan Queen, who this course suits his game very well. I mean, there's some names back there. These guys got to shoot them.
Yeah, Macbeth started 3 for 3.
Not surprising at all. Chris Clemens, the lefty, is also 3 down through 4.
Very nice. Here's Eagle McMahon trying to figure out a clean putt out of this bush.
And Ricky Wysocki 3 down through 3 and already 25 under.
Really? Wow. Sitting in 4th place. Good round setting putt right here for Eagle. Let's hope it goes well.
That's a pretty safe putt. Only disaster would be a hit and roll. As long as he keeps it high in the chains, he should be all right. Oh, good bid.
Yeah, sure was. A lot of want on that one, hitting the chastity belt there. He'll take a par. And lose another stroke to Chris Dickerson. Alex looking to channel his putt from yesterday.
Absolutely, he definitely wants to hit this one, get the rhythm going early, establish himself on this lead card.
And he's just been playing so solid.
That was a formality putt right there. That's 5 paces off the basket. Nothing too stressful. Great way to start the round.
Chris to stretch that lead out to 5 early. What a luxury that would be.
Same as all the other putts inside the circle in the basket.
That man is automatic. I hear this Kyle Klein should be making good on his par putt. And Eagle tapping in his par as well. Again, a beautiful drone look at this awesome property, Winthrop University. So lucky to be out here.
Oh man, it's a treat, man. I tried to tell you, buddy, before you came out here, man, this place is something special. And as you can see, we're going to have a heated battle. We've got a bunch of guys chasing down Chris Dickerson. They're going to do their best to make it a show, to make it a battle. Whew, I'm excited, man. This gives me the tingles, man.
Yeah.
I wish I was out there playing with these guys sometimes, but then this is just exciting, man. So much props to the people who've done this before. You know, I mean, this is a lot of work, man. We've been working hard this week, buddy.
It is, sir.
Shout out to the crew helping us out, getting everything, you know, prepped and ready for us each day.
Thank
All
you
the
guys.
camera crews out there hustling around 2 rounds a day. You guys are tremendous, just fantastic.
And thank you
Appreciate
guys so much for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying the coverage.
Absolutely.
Philo, you've been in this position, lead card, final day at USDGC. What are those feels like, man?
Man, Nate and I did it together, you know, a few years ago, and definitely jittery. I'm not even playing it. I got the butterflies for these guys, you know.
Little empathy butterflies. All right, tell us about 2, Nate.
Hole 2, par 4. You got to get out of the gate low and powerful to find that landing zone to give you an option to go for the birdie. Over the parking lot or down the right side, the most common options, and then you've got the sticks at the end, so you got to get it as close as possible to guarantee birdie.
Looks like Crystal has the box. You'll be throwing an FX2 Little fairway driver, trying to do too much.
What about that faux button down he's got on?
That is next level.
How about that shirt Stork was wearing, huh? The tuxedo. He's a classy guy. I love the Stork, man. Any opportunity you get to chat with that guy, you take it.
And I got a chance to go to his house when I was doing commentary with the Eagle for a Wintertime Open, and that was so
Chris
cool.
pulls that one off to the right a little bit, and he's going to be a little bit further than the ideal distance in that 300-foot range. We'll see what he does from there. He's going to have some options.
Yeah, with the 5-stroke lead, we'll see how hard he presses early.
Absolutely.
I think the fence is your friend in that position. I would expect him to throw something that hits into that fence and sets up a 50-50 type putt.
Good call.
Alex Russell, that's champion boss. Another great forehand from Alex Russell.
Very nice.
There's one more tree there. That could be a little obstructed. We'll see what kind of line he's got left.
And Kyle Klein. He's going to be throwing an Essence. Oh, roller, beautiful.
Stand up, baby. Come on. There you go. That's got to hurry up and turn, though. Ooh. Wow. You pretty much couldn't drop a disc in a better spot than that.
He is way up there. We thought Eagle got far up there.
Yeah, he's well inside. He's probably about 200 to the basket from there.
You know, Eagle, he's not going to the PD here. He's got a different disc, Nate. Philo, you see that? Roller?
Uh-oh.
I think it's coming. Or maybe a flex. We'll see. But he's definitely changing the game plan slightly.
Yeah, he put a move on that one. Trying to get way out into the open. That's a beautiful spot over there, too.
Not
I
too
like
far
that.
behind Kyle.
That's a great line into the target from there.
The guy just throws low burner air shots where the rollers are supposed to go.
Yes.
That's a good point there, Nate.
Some kind of special talent he is. And Paul Macbeth with another birdie on 5. That's 4 of the first 5 for Paul. He's
cruising.
McBeast mode might be activated, guys.
Expect nothing less.
Yeah, Sunday at a major.
Well, Saturday.
Oh, thank you. Sunday vibes for a tournament, though.
Absolutely.
Good looking out. There is Paul with his 4 through 5. Ricky Wysocki 3 through 3 as well. I think Nate, you mentioned that.
Well, Macbeth has still got a long way to go to get into the 30s even. That means Dickerson's going to have to play extremely flat for a number of holes for that to happen.
He's on an island alone right there at the top right now, though.
Pretty much is. He's in a really comfortable position, you know, where he can still play aggressive, but, you know, cautiously aggressive.
Yeah.
You know.
Paul's right there for a podium spot. He's
Yeah,
only 2 out of third at this point.
It's incredible what that guy does on closing days.
Chris Dickerson approaching his lie right now. So we get a look on that beautiful drone shot. A little farther back than I imagine he'd been planning for, but still looks to be throwing a mid. I think that's his M3.
Yeah, he's got about 330 into the green to the basket.
Oh, that's manageable for him then.
Yeah, it's not too far. It's just that it's a low ceiling. If you throw something too overstable, you risk the possibility of trickling out left. I think he's doing what Nate Sexton said and making sure he pushes that tree line. And that's not the worst break.
Huh.
That's not the worst.
What's he, like 40, 50 out, something like that?
Somewhere in there. It looks like he's just inside circle 2. Probably between circles.
We've got a step putt coming our way in a second then.
Another look from above. Excellent drone footage.
Look at that USDGC spelled out in lost discs.
That's so cool. Good eye, Nate.
There weren't enough discs earlier in the week, but there's plenty now. Plenty. I tried to add to the pile. Here's Alex Russell second. Think he's got to hang the parking lot from here?
That's what I would expect.
No, no way. He did it.
Ooh.
That's got to hook up in a hurry. Missed that curb. Excellent shot by Alex Russell. Ooh, I bet you his heart bounced a little bit in his chest for a split second. But nope, there's a smile. He's happy. He's chilling.
No stress birdies are nice.
It's stressful for a split second.
Yeah, the putting part of it will be no stress for Alex.
Absolutely, it's going to be a nice 280-foot walk over to his disc.
That upshot, I'm sure his heart was going, though.
It's a lot like the shot on 13 for the forehand. You're just hoping not to hit that curb.
Oh, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Eagle with that P3X.
That's looking real tasty. Oh, yeah.
Dueling bullseyes, or near to it anyway.
Eagle needs this hole, you know. He needed to make this birdie here. Get himself also established into this round on this lead card. The moment's not too big for him. He's been here before.
Kyle Klein off that monster roller. Just, what is he, like 200 out, Philo?
He is probably about 210. 200 feet is a good number. That's a good guess from there.
Wow, great drive.
Looks like he's lining up the flick. Gonna play the OB line and fade in.
Huh.
It's got to sit down. That looks good. That's fine.
Dang.
Very nice.
Bullseye from the youngster.
Kyle walked past me on his way to hole 1, and he looked at me and said, "Why aren't you playing?" Looks like I can say cool things about you, buddy.
We're going to get a look at Paul Macbeth on hole 6 here. See if he can keep it going. He has 4 down through 5 currently. Looks like he's going to add on to that.
Oh, yeah, he's hanging out with David Hasselhoff over there. Boom. He's marching around. That's a scary sight if you're on the lead card and you have a shaky start.
Yeah, don't look at UDIS, guys.
Don't do that. It's too early if you're Chris Dickerson to worry about that. Maybe check after 9, see what's going on behind you. But right now, this is where your battle is. You and the course.
He's lining this up for a make.
Oh, this is totally in range. Oof.
I was wondering about that right mozzarella stick.
What a bid.
Yeah.
Well, we
Just
know
missed
he
it.
can shape his putt any direction around circle 2.
Man, 17
He could
yesterday.
have just put that on straight Annie the whole way if he wanted to. He wasn't worried about that pole. He shaped it just the way he wanted, just didn't drop fast enough.
We got a bunch of park jobs otherwise, though.
Yeah, we're going to have some tappity taps there. Look, his putt rolled further than theirs.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Weird. Oh, he's offside enough for that pole, though. Yeah, no problem.
There we go. Cleans that up. Take a deep breath, head on over to tee of 3 and line up another birdie drive.
Got a Terry Miller sighting over there.
Alex. Routine tap in there.
And Eagle looking for the same result here. Will everybody getting a stroke on Chris here, guys?
That.
I'll take that.
Still early. I mean, it's only hole 2.
Yeah.
Those guys got to worry about these dudes in 4th place, 5th place. You know, a bunch of guys at 25 now. Calvin, Zach, Ricky, Nathan, Macbeth, Chris Clemens at 24. There's your top 10 right there.
Dang. All right.
Well, here we are on Championship Saturday. We're on hole 3. The low ceiling and downhill, about 369 it says on the distance, but it feels more like about a 330, 340 with the downhill grade. Kind of press that tree line for the righty backhand. You got plenty of space to play the wide, swooping sidearms play if that's what you want. Everybody should be finishing in the circle on this one.
Yeah, it's a must-get for these guys.
And I know I sound like a bit of a broken record talking about this rain, but as I'm looking over your guys' shoulders over the lake, it's getting a little darker out there.
It's happening.
And some of our production assistants just came and told me the radar looks like it's coming to town.
Man, that might be an advantage for some of those cars out a little earlier.
Could be.
Absolutely. Are you kidding me? This place getting wet and windy is a nightmare.
Yeah, every hole you can pile in before it starts raining is a big advantage for sure.
Those OB lines and hazard lines are going to look so skinny if it starts getting 15, 20 miles an hour wind. It says 7 right now, but I mean, give it a few and add 10 miles an hour on that, and this place changes.
Alex Russell will be ripping his Gator 3 on a forehand line here in a second. It's feeling a little bit like Tennessee out there today. A little muggy. I'm sure Chris is pretty feeling comfortable right now anyway.
I'm sure he is.
Alex looking for a 3-for-3 start of his own.
Looks like he's gone back to that Gator, and it looks a little inside.
He needed to get it a little flatter.
Yeah, that's going to be outside circle 1 by a few paces there. Maybe 5 or 6.
I think so. Kyle Klein up next. That's an FD3. Also playing the forehand line. This is looking a little soft too. Oh, but still good.
Wow, that took a great check bounce there. Well inside circle 1.
Eagle going with that P3X putter of his.
Nate, you surprised to see him going putter on this shot?
Oh, a little maybe. Yeah, he's got great command over both shots. But yeah, I mean, there's something to be said for keeping it inbounds the whole way and just throwing firm and flat.
Is that gonna flip?
Ooh, I don't like it.
That's not looking so good. That
Okay.
is so early and wide.
All right, I'm jumping in my time machine. Philo just asked me, am I surprised? Really surprised.
Yeah,
to see
should have
him
gone with the
throw.
forehand.
Really surprised.
Another miscue from Eagle McMahon.
Yeah. He's been throwing this hole so well too.
He'd been dropping it right down in the circle.
That's a PA3 from Chris Dickerson. What are you going through? What's in your head right now when you're on the box? Are you like visualizing your line? Or
Yeah, I'm looking at that low right corner, right where the trees kind of meet the fairway, and just punch the nose dead into that spot and just know that it'll carry. Kind of like that. He's gone at it a bit flatter than I would. That thing must be a bit more overstable than the disc that I throw, but basically right in that same space, and there you see it. Just no stress about going OB. The ground takes all the speed off the disc, just burns right in there. Nice little uphill putt even. Well, if you guys weren't tuned in yesterday and you were curious to see how we got to this place in the tournament, we've got some key moments, I hope, lined up for you to kind of give you a breakdown. We had some epic plays and, unfortunately, a bit of an epic meltdown out there on the course.
Before that, though, a little look at our top 10 right now. Kyle's sitting just 4 back of Chris. And look how tightly packed that is behind him, you guys.
I don't think I've seen it like this in a while.
Those 25s.
Usually the scores are a little bit more spread out
Yeah.
in the top 10.
And look at Chris Clemens, 5 under through 6. He's moved up 1 spot. That tells you the level right now. You can't even, you're just treading water, 5 under through 6.
That is why you don't expect that at USDGC. That's usually making moves. Eagle approaching his lie here. This is going to be a putt to save par and only lose 1 stroke for Chris. And most likely Kyle as well. Big moment early here for Eagle.
Just a bit shy. Call that an am side miss.
Yeah.
Just not quite enough committed to the center of the basket all the way through. It's a rough way to start for Eagle. He's going to have to get on pace right away now. No more mistakes, no more miscues.
You can see a little bit of that disappointment on his face right there.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure in this moment.
Oh
It's
my
intense
goodness.
out there, you know.
I can't imagine what you guys go through out there.
It's intense. You know, there's a lot of things going on between the ears, and like most of the guys I spoke to that are previous champions of this tournament, that's one of the first things they'll tell you is your mental preparedness for this event. Staying, free in between the ears.
Going to your therapist after your round.
Or do what you got to do. Your mental, that headspace is so important, especially when you're out here on this lead card, final day.
Alex Russell for 2.
He took a stab at it.
Yeah.
Able to scrape up his par relatively comfortably.
Yeah, I don't think I drifted too far.
I think what Philo just said too is almost doubly true out here with no caddies, no fans, no friends, no distractions. The headspace, it's you and you're out and you're alone. It's a different dynamic.
It is. Speaking of caddies, oh my goodness, how much of a luxury is that to have in a moment like this?
Especially with rain.
What was that line from Jeremy you said yesterday, Nate?
Oh, he was telling me how it felt like the most important practice round of his life in round 1, just because, no fans.
Yeah.
Kyle's taking his time here.
He is looking at this one a little longer than normal.
Oh, just low, and that's not what he's looking for. He's going to have
the same
just
putt.
as long or longer. Scrape up his par.
And this is exactly what Chris Dickerson's looking for.
Oh my goodness, right?
This is not a difficult hole, but all his closest competitors are having some trouble here.
The leader's supposed to be one feeling the most pressured. It doesn't look like it right now.
Well, a guy like Kyle knew that he had to come out here and try to put the heat on him right away.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Maybe that got him a little tight and a little tense. There you go.
There's his normal putt.
There you go. I don't know if there was something going on in the background that was distracting him, or if he was just really thinking about how much that putt meant. But you could tell right out the gate it was just a little low, and it had a chance to get in there. You saw the chains jiggle and bounce off the rim, but just another inch or so, and that would have been for sure in.
You can see that relief after he made that par putt.
Oh yeah, you don't want to take bogeys in this situation.
No. Speaking of bogeys, here's Eagle for 1.
Nice clean up there.
I'm sure he'll get going on 4. It's a great hole for his sidearm. Alex Russell, this will be for par. Automatic.
Done. See how quick his routine was, and he didn't really pause and wait too long. That's really important. We all have our normal kind of timing that we kind of feel and naturally get into, and it seemed like Kyle was just a little bit shaken in that moment. Something wasn't quite right for him.
Yeah. And there is Chris getting a stroke on the card right there.
Stroke.
That he lost on the last hole.
And 2 on Eagle.
And 2 on Eagle. And here are the miscues. That one out of Eagle right there into the hazard, and then this attempt at a par save. And Kyle with this unfortunate putt right here.
Yeah, you would think that had a good chance to sticking in there, but sometimes those nubs, man, sometimes they reward and sometimes they punish.
They will. Walk us through 4, Nate.
Hole 4 is a par 4 with a super low ceiling, the tunnel gap coming out. You really have to get all the way up to this tree, the second tree here, to get far enough forward to have the room to negotiate the mandatory and get into the protected green. As I've said before, this green a little bit more slopey than it comes across on video. So running a putt from the distance we saw Dickerson make one the other day is not a safe thing to do.
No.
Thank you, Nate.
This is what Paul's only par so far. I think it's a tough hole.
Position, position, position.
Yeah, that's the word for this hole.
You gotta get in position.
Throwing extra far on your tee shot does not help you.
It does
And in
not.
fact, it hurts you.
Absolutely. It's better to come up a hair short than 25, 30 long.
Chris Dickerson, that's an FX2. Fairway driver. Not trying to do too much.
That looks pretty decent.
You like it?
a little short, maybe about 30, 40 short from optimal, but he'll have a play. He'll have something. See how aggressive he gets trying to make the turn.
Alex Russell, that's a champion boss. Does anybody have the boss right now as a signature disc?
There's one guy. Josh Anton, I believe, has the boss.
Oh.
For a tour series.
For tour
series.
But I'm not sure for a signature disc.
It's been a while since Feldberg's
Yeah.
been on one.
Mm-hmm. If Alex Russell ever wins a world champ, you know what his disc is going to be then.
If he wins this tournament,
Yeah, right?
he's still in the mix. I mean,
Ooh.
he's right there. Look at that shot.
Great one.
He's got a very manageable up and down from there.
He's got that great stardom to do it. Kyle Klein. It's going to be an FD, an understable fairway driver. Probably trying to cheat the corner then a little bit, I would imagine.
He doesn't have to. I like this shot. That's nice. Now it's just got to sit down and stop.
Missed the jail.
Oh, he pushed it too far. Man. Had a great shape to it, but just a little bit too much speed, obviously.
Eagle with an FD3. He's been throwing this really well. Oh no. That is going to be par best case, you guys.
You are correct.
It's a little interesting to me to see Klein with the backhand. I don't know that much about his comfort with the forehand. Obviously, none of us have seen him play that much. But this YouTube generation, I just sort of expect all these young guys to have a forehand about as good as mine and about a 550-foot backhand.
Yeah,
it seems like that's what they all do. So a little bit surprised to see him go with the backhand turnover.
Yeah, and he threw it on 3, right? Threw the forehand on 3. You would have kept it going on 4.
Yeah, I don't know. Different levels of comfort with different types of shots, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
Absolutely. I agree with you, Nate. Pretty much everybody that you see coming out on tour can throw both ways. You know, they've got a bit of a flick or a strong backhand or a monster flick and a solid backhand, and they can putt. And it's just incredible how fast people are learning these days.
That's what it takes to hang anymore.
They've been inspired by a couple of generations of crushers, and
You got
they're
it.
starting to figure it out.
Eagle look pretty good. You got up the fairway.
And I don't know if you guys can hear anything coming in through our mics. Probably not, but the rain has arrived.
Oh, I thought that was the drone. Oh, wow. It is dumping out there right now.
I wouldn't go as far as to say dumping, but there's some condensation falling, that's for sure.
And out come the umbrellas. Even more happy to be doing live commentary this weekend right now. Be out there in that. No fun. Getting our cameras protected right now, I believe.
Well, while they're doing that, why not give out the shout out one more time to our Hall of Famers?
Yeah.
Inductees, huh? I mean, I pretty much know all of those people, or have met them, minus Bob Harris, the Canadian ambassador. But Cliff Town, he's from my hometown, Los Angeles, and what he does for disc golf in Los Angeles with the youth, it's incredible. I mean, he just keeps going around town, finding new schools, starting ultimate clubs.
Really?
Disc golf after school. I mean, anything that guy can do. He's a big part of the Chavez Ridge disc golf course and that scene up there. Such a cool cat. Al Speedy Herrero, he's always down at the Hall of Fame at the end of the season. It's always great to see him. Obviously, Valerie Jenkins, being on tour for a number of years, many experiences and good times and memories with the Jenkins family. I mean, Jesper Ludmark, I've been to his hometown up northern Sweden, Skellefteå.
Yeah?
Years ago, yeah. It feels like, 5 years ago now? 2015 was that?
Something
and that
like
was
that.
one of my favorite weeks. We lit that town on fire, man. We had the biggest contingency, I think, in a long time up there, Americans. And, yeah, that was a great week up there. And such a beautiful part of the world.
Everything but the
Scandinavia.
mosquitoes. That's what
The
I remember.
mosquitoes were brutal. I remember Ricky had fish net over his baseball
Really?
cap, trying to keep the bugs out of his face while he putt, because that's really when it got most annoying. You stand there trying to focus on a putt. 50,000 mosquitoes are attacking you. It was a brutal week as far as that was concerned, and it was wet. I remember that hotel stunk like shoes for days. The Best Western there in Centrum Skellefteå.
I want to say that was Alex's, probably. Yeah. Looked like a decent upshot here. Here's Chris. Looks like a decent angle into the green. He's reaching for that A3. Forehand action coming soon.
Wow, that's a really nice shot just outside circle 1.
Give him a chance for the birdie here. And we're looking at so that must have been Kyle Klein.
Well, we know he went long. There's Alex. He's right down by the Mando tree. I haven't seen. Looks like he's away.
Yeah.
He's got a wide open shot.
Yeah, it was a beautiful drive.
Absolutely. Hug that tree nice and tight. There you go. Lots of angle. One flare skip. And just a little bit high on the entry, and that's kind of where a lot of people have been ending up this weekend. It's kind of the common mistake.
Just need to throw that disc higher, perhaps, or?
No, he had the height. I think it was just a little bit wide. You know, He was trying to make sure he didn't hit the early one on the right on his way in, and I can understand why he wants to make sure at minimum he gets inside the gap, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, you would think I'd be a little closer to the basket than that.
Here's Eagle throwing 3, trying to salvage a par.
That's going to turn and burn. That's not too bad. He's a couple of steps off the bullseye marks there.
Yeah, should be okay.
He should be okay. Wow, Calvin Heimberg is now at 27 under par, 5 down. He just hopped up into 3rd place.
Vinny's a lot like Paul. When it gets hot, he can get cooking. Here's Chris Dickerson. Looks to be about a 40-footer. Looks like he's lining this one up, guys.
I don't know if anybody's more comfortable than him from this distance. You know, it doesn't surprise me at all. He's not a guy that 3 putts.
No.
That'll be a 2-putt. I didn't get away from him there, but definitely not his best effort. That was probably the worst putt we've seen him make.
It kind of feels like it, huh?
Just not really committed. Didn't seem like he wanted it all that much. Well,
Alex Russell.
Good news for him, he didn't really need it all that much in the current state of things, so he'll be okay. Alex, yeah, that was a bit of a miss there for Alex. For his position as he was in, he would like to think he could sneak it in there a little tighter, and he's got nothing, so he's just punching it out.
Oh man, wasted opportunity
Conceding
there.
this hole, absolutely. He's got to be a little frustrated with that play, not being getting a little closer.
Might be the best drive we've seen all weekend.
One of them for sure.
Yeah. Eagle hiding in the trees, trying to stay dry. Smart play.
It's tough. From where Alex landed, it's like you're down in the bottom of the ditch, but if he just pushes a little longer, that opens that angle up so much more. He has to throw enough speed to make a flare, and that it's really easy to make that mistake of you get a little too high with it. You can't really shape it in. You got to power in skip, and then if you don't get your skip, you're right in the woods.
Yeah.
So I think ideal position, another 20 more feet forward before he really gets easy.
Soften that angle a little. Kyle Klein. If this is for birdie, I'm going to be amazed. Because he looks so out of position.
That is a birdie.
Wow. How did he get there?
He looked unbirdieable.
They must have, what happened?
Forehand roller, maybe?
They must have been getting the cameras covered up and all that while he made that play, and we just didn't catch it, but that's incredible.
Oh my goodness.
That's a huge stroke for Kyle right now.
Taking it down to 4, right?
Huge stroke for Kyle. And it gives him a little bit of breathing room again on Vinny, who's 5 down through 6 holes.
Wow. There's Chris making good on the par. And Alex Russell, same deal here.
I think we might be getting into that dumping on the Philo rain scale.
Yeah.
This is getting close.
It's starting to get a little heavier here, ladies and gentlemen.
And looking at hole 5 right now. Garrett Girthy from yesterday.
Yeah, some key moments from yesterday. If you didn't get to see this shot, you better take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. You will not see this hole played any better.
Right over the ditch like it wasn't even there with all that speed.
You heard that scream. That was
Oh, we got the
truly so cool.
This is unbelievable. Is that Josh, our drone operator? Josh or Jake, they're doing some great work out there.
That's over 300 feet in the air. Carry before the roller, within feet of the out of bounds.
And he just mashes the monster hyzer up and over the trees on the corner of the lake. Spikes it in 28 feet behind the basket, and boom,
And
there's
still
your
makes
eagle.
the putt.
That's 60 feet. That hyzer shot 60 feet in the air, and that's way over 400 feet. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I think we clocked it like 425, something like that. 425, 450. Unbelievable, you guys.
Here we are back at hole 5, and these guys got to take this one on in the rain today. And the air is going to get a little heavier, and the grip on the disc is going to get a little slicker here. Got to play for position off the tee for sure. Don't worry about distance. You can make up for it on the second shot. Make sure you get in the prime area for your third to cross the water and hopefully be playing for birdie 4.
Man, it is getting wet out there, you guys. If we see an eagle today, it's going to be a throw-in, Philo.
Wow.
Even the Canada geese are saying it's too wet. They're getting out of here.
The weather we've got right now, I mean, par starts to feel like birdie on a lot of these holes.
Agreed.
There is your 4-stroke lead for Chris Dickerson. Kyle Klein, an incredible birdie on hole 4.
I don't know how he did that.
I still
but
can't believe that happened, but
That's a Houdini move right there.
yeah.
He was in jail, the youngster, getting tricksy with it, probably threw some kind of a roller and got away with it.
That's the only way I could figure out to get there.
I saw a shot of a disc rolling across the green,
Right,
but we
you
didn't,
go.
we didn't catch the beginning of
There
it,
you
and
go.
that must have been what it was.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that answers that question. While we're looking in at leaderboard here, big shout out to our women's national champion, Paige Pierce. Man, that lady is building a dynasty, isn't she?
She is an outlier, man. Just an incredible talent.
And I made this announcement already on the women's broadcast, but kind of my honor to say that after talking with the powers that be at Innova and the championship, they made it clear to me that it's a top priority to have the women back after the great show those athletes put on, to give them the full experience they deserve at Winthrop, hopefully with fans and everything else going forward.
Love that.
Excellent.
Fantastic move on them. Kyle Klein on the box. That's a DD3 Cloudbreaker. Nice, sorry. Watch out, geese.
Obstacles in your way out there. Bunch of birds.
Feels like Fountain Hills not right now, guys.
A little bit. Eventually somebody will clear them out and
Yeah.
start moving down there.
Chris turned and burned this one yesterday, looking for correction. That is
Definitely
much higher.
Absolutely. Let's see how much this drags to the right now. Oh, look at that fading out. That looks a whole lot better.
Yeah,
Push that one out to about 350.
that's the plan.
It's really about all you need distance-wise off the tee. You know, 350, 375.
Here's Alex Russell and his boss. Put it over 400 yesterday.
I like it.
That's right. Nice. Watch
Don't
out,
hit a
guys. Watch
bird.
out. Oh, no!
Yeah, uh-oh. Somebody's got a hurt foot.
He just got robbed about 30 feet right there, though, too.
Yeah,
you
the
know?
geese is limping. Goose, rather.
Eagle and his Cloudbreaker. Watch out for those geese.
Another guy got cleared out there. Well, we're always contending with nature, whether it be wildlife or rain or wind or something.
Trees and birds apparently out here.
Heat, cold, snow, sleet. As long as lightning's not striking, they let us play.
Wow, it is wet out there, you guys. And we'll see our hot rounds here. James Conrad, happy he got through, 11 holes before it opened up?
Absolutely, he's got to preserve those strokes right there, and you never know, that score might slide him up even further for those guys behind him on the course. Ulibarri shooting a solid 7 through 10, looking good.
Thomas Earhart, too.
Yeah, solid playing. Calvin, 6 through 7 rather. Clemens right behind him.
Our San Diego friend Clint Calvin shooting a 6 through 12 right now.
How about Johnny McRae?
Oh, there he is after yesterday's round.
Sliding up, sliding up.
What did he shoot yesterday? It was like 12 or 13.
I think it was a 12.
It was something hot.
I know Ricky shot a 12. I think maybe Johnny shot a 10 yesterday.
Okay.
And depending on how long this lasts, I think what we were talking about earlier really rings true. Like a guy like Chris Clemens, to be 6 down before the rain came might prove pretty valuable.
Yeah. They might be coming back to him a little bit on that lead card. Usually with a great 7 down.
Clint Calvin, he qualified out there at the GOAT.
Goat Hill, yeah. Shout out to Alan
Recognize
Risley.
that name out in the Silver Series Disc Golf Pro Tour.
Yeah. There's Macbeth. Looked like he slowed down a little bit after what's it, pars on 7 and 8 there. After a 5 for 6 start.
Looks like Alex Russell will be creeping out from under the umbrella here shortly.
That USDGC umbrella.
Yeah, another reminder to get yourself over to DGU and
Those are like
order up.
the CE of umbrellas for those USDGC ones.
Hook up just a little bit. There you go, Alex Russell. That's a beautiful shot in these conditions. Excellent.
This is some of the heaviest rain I can remember seeing out here, aside from when it got canceled. You know, like this is really coming down.
Alex Russell channeling those Washington vibes. Used to throwing in the wet, possibly.
Yeah, we don't go out in this. Even in Washington, we don't go out in this.
Eagle out there rocking his Adidas Terex jacket.
Trying to stay dry.
Uh-oh. That's got to get stable in a hurry.
Gosh.
Ooh. Okay.
That was incredibly close to that tree.
That would have been all bad times right there.
Easy kick OB right there. But thankfully inbounds. And he'll be looking across the water shot for a birdie opportunity. Kyle Klein up next. If all goes according to plan, he's throwing another FD3.
I think it was Kyle Klein and Calvin that had the hot rounds yesterday.
Yeah, with that 12?
The 12s.
Yeah, you're right.
I believe that was the... I could be mistaken. I've made some mistakes. I'm not perfect.
You got that one right. There is Kyle. Smoothing one down the fairway.
That'll do.
In position.
Absolutely. Anywhere past that big mature tree on the water there definitely gets you in position. But obviously with the conditions, the closer the better.
Yeah,
especially with these guys with that sidearm forehand speed.
And believe it or not, guys, I just got word from our production assistant that the weather is supposed to get worse.
That's possible?
We'll see.
Well, they sure are battening down the hatches around here in the studio, that's for sure. Umbrellas popping up everywhere, duct tape flying all over the place.
Here is Chris Dickerson. Oh, is that going in the water, you guys?
Got to sit down in a hurry. Oh, no.
What's in the water?
That is wet. Well, extra wet.
Uh-oh.
First big mistake out of him today, I want to say.
Yeah. I mean, he hasn't made many big mistakes yet, but this one's a costly one, you know. It's water hole. He's still got to try to scrape up his par. I'm sure that he doesn't want to give up any strokes to the field, even though he's got a nice lead. I mean, he's got 4, but...
Oh, there's Paul on 9. It's rattling everybody out there. Nobody's immune to this rain, I tell you. And there is our wet league card walking down that wet fairway. Chris Dickerson with a 4-stroke lead. That's going to shrink after this hole, most likely, you guys. If Kyle can get across the water clean, that's coming down a little bit. And Vinny, Calvin Heimberg sitting in 3rd right now.
Chris Clemens has climbed up the leaderboard a bit, too.
Ooh, 739.
Tied for 4th.
Alex, bit of a slow start. We're going to get it going.
This could get real interesting if Chris doesn't get this thing up and down for his par. That might, you don't want to see that. I mean, I'm not rooting to see anything like that happen for Chris, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
But just the realness of the situation is you don't want to let the snowball start to build at all, you know?
Sure, but I tried to not do it when you were on me, but
Kyle Klein, huge shot right here. If he can get this on the ground and put a little pressure on Chris, could be making a great move here.
Absolutely, it'll guarantee his at worst par.
Oh no.
No, that's got to get a little
Is that
bit of
gonna hook?
grease and get through there.
Fight.
It's hard to say. I didn't see it pop out.
There's a lot of little random water spots in
Here
there.
comes the spotter to go hopefully give him a official green or red. I didn't see a splash.
Green.
Oh, he's in there.
Wow.
Okay, well, he's on safe land, but he's in the jungle over there in the corner of the lake, and he's going to have some work to do to save his par.
He is. Yeah, hopefully can find a way out easily enough.
For sure. And get close on the basket, too. I mean, you don't want to be saving par from 50 feet away.
Ooh. Everybody just hunkering down right now.
Absolutely.
It is wet out there.
It's one of those days where you got to have all your gear with you prepared for anything.
Some quick throws after those discs come out of the bag.
Hook up, baby. Come on, hook up.
I think it's got it, right?
Up. Backside even.
Yes, sir.
Alex Russell, what a shot.
That was ripped, man.
I can see these guys over my right shoulder out there, and it is so dark, and that lake is just filling up in a hurry.
I'm looking at this Dickerson error right here.
Oh, yeah, just way too aggressive to the water on the release.
Probably playing on a little bit of turn there. Maybe it just kind of slipped out early. The water, you never know.
Anything.
It's got to be a combination of slip of the hand, a slip of the foot, or maybe a little bit of both.
Yeah. Eagle McMahon going to go across the lake.
It's definitely safe.
Yeah, smart play.
Just past circle one, probably between circles there.
Okay. Yeah, about 5 feet outside circle one, it looks like.
I'm turning.
These are not my favorite conditions to compete in. I tell you what, I would not be having fun right now. This never happens in Southern California. They wrote a song about it. A classic Tony hit back from my childhood before Kyle Klein was even thought of.
And a bit, everybody wishes they had Nathan Queen's towel right now. There are not going to be many dry spots left on those things by the end of the round. Chris Dickerson out from under the umbrella, going to be throwing 4 across the lake, trying to save that par.
That looks nice.
It does.
Just got to fade, fade. Look at this guy go. Look at this guy go.
Throwing that shot.
Bullseye.
I'm not going to lose the stroke now.
Hey, man. He's getting it done. He's been doing it all tournament long. He makes a mistake, he recovers.
Yeah.
Birdie after bogey. Saving strong pars like this one. I mean, he is earning his championship right now.
Clutch is the word that comes to mind. That was clutch.
That was just an incredible shot in unbelievable conditions. Get a little replay at all our rips across the water. Here's Kyle Klein ripping it to the right. Somehow safe, though.
Yeah, that's incredible. Usually those hit something and turn into the water. And that one punches all the way in there somewhere.
Alex Russell flexing that big forehand. And he'll be running that for a birdie. There's UJ Stan keeping score for us as Chris Dickerson walks up the fairway. Approaching that par tap in, you guys. 0 rattled. Gotta imagine that's Kyle Klein there in the woods. You can see him through the rain.
He's hoping, praying he's got a window out of there right now after that shot he just saw Dickerson throw across the water.
There's
he is.
Kyle
He had a
Klein
window.
ripping it out. Yeah, he did.
Look at that. Nicely done.
Little dueling pars for those guys then. All stays the same. Wow.
Just when you think the door is ajar, boom, he slams it right back closed again.
He did. Kyle didn't take advantage.
That's the first one, right?
Yeah.
That was the first big opportunity. And I don't know how many more Kyle's going to get, or even the field at this point. I mean, he's still got a healthy lead. 6 is the next closest competitor, 6-stroke difference. Calvin
right now.
Eagles 8. I mean, with these conditions, I mean, he's really going to have to beat himself out of this situation.
That's what it's going to take. Eagle trying to stay dry. This will be his birdie putt right here, just outside the circle. Rain playing games with the wireless signal there. But looks like we're back on track. There's Eagle coming up a little short right there. That will par. Man, oh man, it's coming down. Everybody's got their umbrella, buddy. I like it. Alex Russell, outside circle 1. What a make this would be.
Oh, wow. Nice effort.
It was.
And obviously this is so tough for our players, but let's not forget about the camera operators.
Filming in the rain is not a fun thing. Filming disc golf's hard enough. You don't need the added difficulty there.
I think we move past dumping now.
Yeah.
This is the next level.
What's after dumping, Philo? What do we got?
You better build an arc. I don't know.
Torrential downpour? Are we at that levels yet? Okay, I feel like it. Good putt, Eagle. Good par save there. And he's going to run off and hide under that canopy over there. When you saw Alex Russell, he was outside of the umbrella for about 15 seconds, completely drenched. Kyle Klein with a par save, fortunate after that bit of a shank up shot over the water.
Absolutely.
And Alex, a wet Mr. Russell, making good on his par. And what a par save from our leader, Philo.
Clutch stuff, like Nate said, you know.
They're playing speed golf,
You
Philo.
can't really use any better word than clutch for what he just did right now.
Yeah.
I mean, he was in a pickle. He pulled that one off over the water, inside the bullseye, stress-free par tap in. Made Kyle have to force that par and clean that up.
That is how you
Because-
win majors.
It is, man. He's putting that stiff arm up, man. Talk about that Heisman Trophy. Just kind of doing that same thing, pushing him off, pushing him off.
Got a nice little cushion around with those four strokes. And oh my goodness.
Uh-oh. All right, whatever.
And here we are in the studio. And if you look behind us, guys, it is a wet
It is
one.
dumping out here. This
We're about
is
to
so
float away
insane,
on this
man.
balcony, man. I got a
It's
couple
getting
inches
pretty
underneath
bad. I'm
us.
hoping none of this stuff will electrocute us. Are we going to be okay? It's not in my contract. I don't know about the insurance around here.
Oh my goodness. It is a wild one out there.
It is. But, I mean, like we just talked about, the leader's holding it down. The field's not really catching up to him. We got one guy. Calvin's kind of making a push.
Yes, he is, yeah.
But, I mean, everybody else, they're kind of back there. They're bunkering down. They're hunkering down, rather, playing for pars. It's not easy to play in this stuff.
No.
It doesn't matter if it's a C tier, a B tier, an A tier.
Wet
I mean, this
disc,
is tough.
wet grip. Are you reaching for maybe some more baseline plastic in a situation like this, or just throwing what you're used to?
I mean, I don't have backup disc for the rain. I hardly ever deal with it, so yeah, I mean, you can see behind us, this is nasty. I've never had to deal with this before out here on this tournament.
Was it dumping like this during the hurricane rounds, or before that?
No, nothing this heavy. I mean, the day that they canceled it, it was coming down pretty heavy.
I don't know about this much
we just
rain.
couldn't risk it. You know, we couldn't risk it was the word on the street that it's just too dangerous. Branches might come down. The winds were up.
All right, guys, we're looking at hole 6. That's some wet sand down there right now. A little stickier than normal. Plays great for just a straight to hyzer shot. Something Thunderbird speed.
Everything's going to get harder from here on out unless this rain calms down.
This is crazy, and As much as I was feeling awkward about teasing the rain every day and it not coming, I didn't want this. This is another level.
You came through a little too well, Nate.
Push, push, push.
Get. Oh no.
Oh no.
Was that Kyle?
Yeah, that was Kyle.
Oh no. That is a killer.
Pars are going to play big the rest of the way here, I feel.
See who's brave enough to go next.
Doesn't look like anybody's rushing to take that opportunity.
Here's Chris Dickerson, our current leader. Now in an FX2. If he didn't make a disc change.
That looks all right. That'll be safe. You can scoot that up there for a par and get back under that canopy. And
wow.
Yeah, you can see it's a soggy one out there for those guys.
We just need the lightning to stay away. Let this blow over. Let these guys get through this round.
Is that projected or?
I don't know.
Let's hope not.
As long as there's no lightning strikes, we gotta stay out there.
Alex Russell. This has been a Thunderbird in rounds past. I think he changed it up though. I hope that's not going in the water though.
Early.
Yeah, it's way early.
No.
You could tell he was holding his finger like it stung his hand when he let that go. Just didn't have a good grip on that.
Oh man, this rain is doing some things. Eagle sticking with his game plan, or is he changing it up? He had the MB3 in his hands. Yeah. Using the whale sack to dry off your disc. Pro play right there. Birdie bag, whatever your choice.
Keep his grip covered as long as possible before he steps out. See if he makes the correction from yesterday.
He got that tree, it looked like,
yeah,
didn't he?
straight into the tree.
Yeah.
Safe, but it's well short.
Yeah.
Well, we kind of anticipated this coming in yesterday, you know, and these guys got to be prepared with their gear and their clothing and their attire and all the towels they need to be prepared for these situations. Everybody seems to have an umbrella.
Man, there's really no getting fully prepared for this, though.
Not
Gosh.
fully, but
Yeah,
I mean,
at least
a rain jacket or something,
Yeah,
you know, you
yeah.
feel bad for Alex out there if the weather drops. You don't want to.
And here is Chris. It's a nice safe play for par.
It's by far the best driver of the group, and he's not even within 100. That's how bad this weather is.
Kyle going a little too overstable in the moment, coming up well short.
Man. All right, Eagle approaching his lie here after that early tree hit. It is in bounds, but like Nate said, work to do here. Is that early?
Oh, it is.
Oh no.
And that's going to go to the drop spot. He's got a 49-footer directly at the out of bounds waiting for him.
I know you were watching WNC a little this morning. You see Owen make that one?
Yeah.
Huge putt.
Huge shout out to Owen Scoggins. She's a hometown girl.
Yeah, SoCal.
Helped her a little bit, you know, in her early stages of her career, showing her a few things, coming out to the Oak Grove Disc Golf Course. I mean, she's done a lot of work on her own, don't get me wrong.
Oh, yeah.
I'm never going to try to take all that kind of credit, but it's nice to be around, you know, great players and pick their brain every once in a while.
I'm glad she's back playing again, man. She took a little break.
She took a little break, and it just swooped her up, and good on them.
Yeah, she was on 2014, 2015 World Lead card at Worlds. She is an absolute talent. Incredible putter.
Really sweet person, too.
Yeah, she could not be nicer.
And for Eagle, what a reversal. I mean, at first you think, okay, two of the guys out of bounds, he's in. Clearly he's at an advantage. But in this weather and as tight as these greens are, it flips on you that quick, and now he's in by far the worst position of anyone in the group.
Putting for bogey.
Putting for bogey from that spot. It would have been better for him to throw directly into the water off the tee. You know, it's crazy.
How the tables turn.
I'm sure it was just a misfire, you know what I mean? I'm sure he had no intention of going in the water.
Of course. But it's just that it's that tough. You know, you think, oh, good, I'm in bounds at least, but the job is not done.
And it almost stayed in too. You can see it just sitting right there in the water, in the reeds. Here's Chris Dickerson. Oh.
That'll be all right.
Yeah.
Burn saved him a few extra feet there, that's for sure. He's going to run and grab some umbrellas. Try to keep as much of that water off of him as possible. Sure is hard to play soggy. Especially if your fingers get, kind of pruny like that. Really hard to get your grip. That could happen in a matter of 2 holes, Unless you literally have frog fingers. I mean, I don't see you surviving this easily. There's going to be some missed throws and some slip outs. Big water drops coming out of the sky like this, landing on your grip when you're trying to put 60 miles an hour speed on it. It's bound to happen.
Kyle Klein looking for a par save here. No, not even trying for it, guys. Smart play.
In this condition, yes.
Absolutely.
He's still having fun, though. You see a little bit of a smile on his face.
Alex Russell.
Oh, boy, sit. Okay.
Maybe got a little half go action there.
Yeah, a little half go. Safety bid.
And if possible, I think it's raining even harder right now.
Yeah, it's getting loud on this canopy over top of this. I mean, it's just dumping on it. You can barely hear you guys at times.
I know.
I'm getting wet over here.
Are you?
Yeah. A little bit.
Well, that's what you get for getting a better chair, Nate.
Hey, you might be right. You might be right.
He bragged about it about 3 minutes before we come on air. Hey, guys, look at my chair. We've been sitting in these hard plastic college kid chairs. And they promised us leather chairs at the beginning of this whole thing. I'm a little upset. But now he's getting wet, and I'm like, that's what you get.
What is going on out there, you guys? Oh, man.
Is it? Eagle doesn't know he's got to go to the drop spot.
Oh, gotcha.
He thought it was maybe only shots off the tee go to the drop zone, and it's anytime you go OB, you go to the drop zone?
Correct.
Copy that.
If you were to putt this OB, you would stay at the drop. Like that. He's going to re-putt.
Really?
Ooh. Stroke and distance.
Oh my gosh.
This for 6. And that'll be a 7.
Oh my goodness, you guys. I mean, you think about holes that are going to ruin your tournament. You don't think of this one.
I think that's 7 on from the dog one.
Ouch.
You
You feel for him. That's brutal.
I mean, this is not the first time something like this has happened to Eagle. He's been in number of times, like time position over the years in majors. And just, man, another one.
Oh. There's a gift from Chris to the rest of the field.
Not that anybody in this group's making better than Bogey, but
At least they'll tie him.
yeah.
For Kyle, importantly. Eagle getting some disc back there.
Stepped right into that stuff, didn't he?
That tells you how wet he is. If he's willing to just step right into a lake, that tells you just how wet his shoes are already.
Can't get any
Or
wetter.
something else. You know?
Yeah.
Or how wet they are now. We know how wet they are now. Let's say that much.
Whatever.
Get a look at Chris Dickerson's hole on 6.
Yeah, just way in. Oh, that was
Kind of
pretty
turned
much
it
a
over.
safety play, really.
Yeah.
You know? It looked like he was trying to get all the way to the green.
And then really blasted this upshot.
I mean, he threw it well. It's only, what, 5 or 6 paces from the basket?
Yeah.
We've seen him make all of these, all tournament. The first one that got away from him, really.
Hole 8, one of the understated holes at Winthrop, but I think one of the most essential. It's a really important piece of wooded flavor on a course that can be open at times. The two unique design elements are essentially the OB left, which we're approaching now. This was
We're gonna
put
look at
in
our
to
chase
give
card that we're
accurate
here.
throwers.
We're gonna look at
a
7 here in a
chance to
second.
compete against distance throwers, and then as we
And now we're on 7 here, our triple Mando hole. OB, but you got a pretty epic shank to get there. And more likely is that Mando misfile, though.
Well, I wouldn't call it an epic shank at this point in the day. I mean, the rain is coming down. I mean, any sleight of hand, you're probably going to miss that Mando. And
I wouldn't even be surprised to see players go short of the Mando today.
Just take the long putt. I mean, just chuck your putter up there, leave yourself 40, 50 feet.
We saw Paige Pierce do that during the WNC round. Just lay it to the mouth.
In these conditions, it's a big ask to pipe it through there.
Look at the wind, you know, look at the flags starting to push around this place, the trees.
Yeah, it was calm. So that's changing too.
Brutal conditions to be outside in right now.
Have you guys played anything worse than this?
Similar, a couple of times.
I mean, Masters Cup last year was pretty wild. I remember that one.
We had a nasty round in Emporia a couple of years ago where it was blowing sideways.
Oh man, I remember that one.
Look at this is the T of 10. This is the T of 10, just totally.
Where?
Well, that's the problem.
That's not good. That has never happened here. Not since I've been coming. I have never seen anything like this before.
Grounds crew out there doing work though, man.
I imagine that's why they called it after 3 rounds that one year that Durham took it down, because stuff like this was probable to happen.
I'm honestly worried right now. I'm not sure if it gets much worse. I don't know the course can sustain that.
How's it work? Is it just lightning's going to end the round, or are there?
Well, if the tees are underwater,
yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of things could end a round.
Yeah.
Triple Mando blows over, all kinds of stuff, you know.
I don't think the Triple Mando's going anywhere, but
I hope you're right. I hope you're right.
Pretty rough right now.
We're looking at Ricky on hole 9 here.
Barely in bounds.
Oh wow.
Watch Rick's umbrella blow away.
And that happened to me at GBO one year. My umbrella literally blew out of my handle. I was holding the handle, the umbrella was like 200 feet down the fairway. Thankfully, Kale Leviska is a gentleman and chased it down for me.
We had to play in a moderate gale in Emporia one year. Look that up on the wind chart. Go take a look. Google moderate gale. That'll tell you how fast the winds were blowing that day.
It's not quite disc golf anymore at that point. It's a different thing we're doing. It's not disc golfing.
If it has its own category for the description of wind, it's got to be bad.
Look at these guys.
They're putting MLB ground crews to shame.
You know what I mean? Exactly. They're doing the best they can, but that water's coming in hot and heavy.
Look at Kyle Klein on 7.
That's got to get down. Hit it. Uh-oh, stay short.
I doubt it.
Go past the wall, or he goes to one of the drop zones.
That looks like a Mando miss to me, but it's close.
Yeah.
Trying to get his grip together, hides the disc under his shirt, preserve that grip as long as possible.
And he's been throwing a premium putter and switching to baseline here.
Stop dragging.
All right,
hooked up right on time, and that'll save him from going to a drop zone, but he'll have a awkward stance because of the line to the mandatory. You can't just do a normal straddle. He's gonna have to create a stance legal to the mandatory.
And a wet Alex Russell. And he really needs those glasses. He can't ditch them, unfortunately. And there's a smart play, you guys.
Yeah, that's a safety first. He can actually take a long bit at it if he wants.
Yeah, it kind of has the angle for it, right?
Confirmation from UDisc. Kyle did miss the mandatory. He's going to the drop zone.
Man, giving Chris a little more cush.
He's still back there just chatting, smiling away. You don't see him really overreacting about anything.
Yeah.
Like he's just happy to be out there.
Meanwhile, Calvin Heimberg 7 under through 9, bogey free.
Wow, through 9 even. So that's a big hole to get through. Mistakes can be made. And there's Eagle who's laying up short.
For second.
Wow. After Eagles, with Kyle really.
He's tied with Kyle at the moment.
Okay.
Kyle's about to drop a stroke. So Vinny, who we saw early in the tournament, struggle bus Vinny. First time we've ever seen him look like that on the track.
Replayed all 4 of these drives here as Kyle just missed that bamboo fence there. And a really smart play out of Chris here.
Staying aggressive.
Yeah. Sorry, here was the smart play from Alex, and I believe Eagle followed that up with the same play. Pitch it short, pitch it through, take a par.
There you go, lots of angle, one step, control your speed, focus on your landing zone. smart play.
Look at that runoff ditch. That's usually totally dry.
Never seen it before. Never seen this before. This is incredible. This is a lot of water. Alex wasting no time, sliding it up there up on the bullseye stake.
It's already rained more than it did in California all summer, Philo. Good up by Alex right there. Looking at Eagle doing the same here in a second. I'm sure he'll play quickly in this rain. Not too rushed though.
There you go. How do we get that done? Scrape up your par.
Getting close to the basket is even more important in conditions like this. You do not want to putt. Imagine. Here's Kyle throwing from the drop zone.
Just chucks it in there real quick and move on from that miscue. There we go.
Wow.
Now we're seeing the tee-pad.
Wow.
Look at that. Just a few minutes.
Those guys are heroes. That was fast.
That was incredible.
Great work from the grounds crew.
Color me impressed.
There was no green the first time we came to them about 2.5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
That's some fast work.
I'm looking at Chris Dickerson right now. Gonna stretch out something fun. Get around this Mando.
Yeah, you can't
Through the
progress too
gate.
much to the gate. You have to take a different stance. You can't make a straddle to the basket. So he's got to get one of those there. That'll do. That'll do.
3 par putts, 1 bogey putt coming up. Nobody really eager to go here, it seems like, and I don't blame them.
Just takes a while just to get your disc put away and your other one dried off to a place where you feel like you can trust yourself even on a 15-footer.
A lot of extra steps. All right, looks like Chris is out. He'll be putting for his par right here. Good putt right there. Alex Russell is going to follow that one up. Back up there. Calvin.
Wow.
Rip out of Calvin on 10.
He's going for the eagle in these conditions.
It looked like it had it.
Oh,
he
no
hit it.
way. He parked that. Get out of town.
How?
Get out of town. What?
On a tee pad that was just underwater.
Calvin comes back and wins this tournament.
That right there, I mean, Chris
That's gotta
Dickerson is on
be
alert
one.
right now. That he's about to go to 9 under.
Oh, wow. Calvin comes back and wins this. That's got to be one of the greatest comebacks in the history of this tournament.
Here's Ricky running to the tee. And he's going for the eagle too, guys.
That needs to bleed over some. That's not going to make it. That just looks short.
Let's see.
You see the red flag sliding up here in a hurry. There it is. You didn't get over on that one. How to press that bush line over there. Fade in from around that thing, and then you're in the money.
On any other day, you're thinking, oh, Calvin's 4 or 5 holes ahead of Chris. Of course, Chris will have some opportunity to catch up. It's kind of the opposite now. It's opportunity to fall backwards.
Yeah. All right, guys, we are looking at hole 8. Tell us about it, Philo.
You know, I birdied this hole in my little practice round.
Nice, man.
I threw a nice backhand up the right side, landed right around there, leaves me to about a 300-foot sidearm or so, but it's a power sidearm. You can't kind of lazy it in there. You got to zip it in there and skip up off those wood chips and flare inside the circle and give yourself a look for birdie 3.
Little Firebird down the alley, or what'd you throw?
Actually, I threw a Scorpius, the Millennium Scorpius. Barsby's got me throwing that thing,
Cool.
and Millennium sent me some lighter star type plastic. I think they call it Sirius plastic, and I'm new to the Millennium team, but that plastic is fun to throw, man. It is fast. That Sirius, just kind of like a destroyer, kind of like a beat-up pre-Avery SDS destroyer, but when they're brand new, you know, it's comparable to that.
Yeah.
Can't find that disc, you know, maybe try a Scorpius.
They're good one.
Try one of my Falcons. They're a little bit faster, a little bit less stable if you don't have the arm
Those
speed.
Falcons go, you guys. They just go.
I couldn't believe how far I was pushing those things up the fairway this season. Absolutely was the furthest flying disc in my bag, without a doubt. And I don't throw super fast, you know, I'm in the mid-60s arm speed, you know, and I'm pushing 450, shaping the shot the right way and just letting the disc do the work.
Let me get a Falcon.
I got one for you, buddy.
Thank you.
You gave me your Firebird over the years, and pretty much every season that we've seen each other on the road, you try to toss me your tour disc. Kind of a little cool exchange we do, exchange amongst us, you know, when I was on the Star team, you know, it was pretty cool just to do that.
Awesome throwing your friends' discs. I
Absolutely.
like that.
Support each other.
Yeah.
Here, try mine. You try mine. And give some feedback and spread the word amongst our fans.
Dickerson on the box of 8. Looking to start this hole clean. Should layup play with a mid there, maybe even a putter.
I imagine we're going to see a lot of layup plays from here on out. I just don't, I mean, Calvin, he went super aggressive over there on 10, but...
If Calvin keeps going, he's going to force the issue. Chris won't be able to lay up anymore eventually.
No, he's not. I mean, he's got half the course left to play, Calvin does, and you know, Dickerson's only a couple of holes behind him.
Calvin's in position to close within 2 strokes. He's in circle 1 for eagle. I don't think Chris is in position to birdie this hole.
Not with an incredible roller, maybe.
Incredible rollers don't happen through puddles. There is no such thing.
Calvin walking down 10. Should take a minute before he gets there. Looks like some people took the safe route on 10 on his card, and I don't blame them.
Calvin's from down in Florida. It rains out there all the time.
I was going to say he might be
humid and muggy and sticky. And
you get those kind of Florida rain showers out of nowhere, right?
I'm getting a free shower right now out here in South Carolina.
Vinny looking pretty unflustered right there. Here's a cloud breaker from Eagle. Standstill today.
Standstill, smart. He's got plenty of arm speed to shape the disc out there, and that'll do. He'll have a bit of a flick down the tunnel if he's going to go for the birdie 3.
Yeah, he's been pushing that a little farther, a little more to the right.
Yeah, he was getting an extra 90, 100 feet when he was taking his, you know, full-on run-up, but you know, these conditions, footing is super important. Slowing things down is crucial. Kind of pulled that one out the right side. I don't think that hazard line plays for this hole.
Correct. Yeah, it's just for 16.
Even if he did push it a little wide, he's still safe.
And then, replay of Alex Russell, who we missed there.
Oh, gobbledygook.
And nothing's going far right now, unless you're Calvin Heimberg.
That just hit the quicksand and started sinking.
Speaking of Vinny, there he is, 4 back and looking to get 2 strokes right now with a good putt on 10. He looked really close too.
It looked like he hit the bricks.
Yeah.
It's unreal.
Yeah, that's what I saw. Yeah, I thought he parked it.
That might be his disc there. That is unreal. To go through all this rain on a tee pad that just moments ago was covered in water, and you've just been sitting there getting soaked. That's a huge shot. I mean, we'd be floored in sunny weather when somebody hits the bricks.
Man,
Calvin's trying to do big things right now.
Yeah, he sure is.
He's trying to do big things right now. I'm sure he had a fire under his you-know-what after that first round, and he has been battling back every day in this championship.
Looks like that rain kind of cooled off Paul Macbeth's round. He's still sitting on 5 down, which he had through the first 6.
That's right.
After 10 right now. Which 10 is usually an eagle hole for Paul.
Yeah, Chris Clemens was also on a heater for a little while there, and he just took a double bogey and fell back to tie for 6. Ouch. 5 down through 10.
And Alex Russell up first with our second shots. Gotta imagine this is just another placement shot.
Yeah, no other option.
Feels like it
doesn't look
450, 500 to the pin from here?
Yeah, and I think he was going for much more than this off the tee. It's like what might look like a layup is almost certainly a slip.
Yeah.
You know, he's trying to get this thing out there a little more, and he's going to try the roller, but this is a position play.
But this
is actually
really good. Really nice. A little bit early.
Go down the hill.
A little bit early, he got past the main clump, so he'll be already okay for the up and down play.
That's a great par-saving second shot, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Stays away from the out of bounds.
Yeah.
Rolled through the wet grass better than I actually expected.
Yeah. Kind of got down to that bark. You know, it's not going to get so soggy.
And man, it's a gutsy play too. After you've had a couple slip out of your hands, which I feel he has. If you let that roller slip out on cut angle, you're straight out of bounds.
Called it. Chris getting ready for his second shot. See if he's as brave as Alex. He's got a great roller game.
Can you believe Johnny McRae has crept back into the top 10 in this tournament?
Is he really?
He's right now tied for 9th place with Nathan Queen, Eagle McMahon, Double G, Paul Ulibarri, who's on a bit of a heater, got an eagle on hole 10.
He's going for it, you guys.
That's got to get off that fence line at least. There you go. Okay, he can get up and down from par from there.
Yeah.
Got to stay away from that big bushy thing. That thing could leave you with not many options. Get pinned up behind that.
Maybe just make it extra safe. He didn't roll into that OB. Something. Yeah, he threw a putter off the tee there. See that?
I did.
Eagle with his second shot. Looking right down the tunnel, but he's farther than he's used to. Doing his best to stay dry and keep those fists dry. Trying to find a dry place on that plastic. Easier said than done out here, guys. Changing his mind there. Oh, we're looking at Calvin here. That's got to be his drive. That's his Star Destroyer. Just absolutely parking this whole 10. It says 550, but if you play it to the basket, it's just, what, 450, something like that? So,
yeah, it's something like that. And this has given me flashbacks to the Dynamic Disc Open when Calvin shot that 10 under in the heavy, heavy wind to come back within an inch of catching Paul McBeth.
Yeah, just one stroke, right?
Yeah, and he started that round something like 10 back of the lead. And he's doing it again here. He's playing through this weather in a way that I would have said was impossible.
Yeah, it feels like it is. Feels like it should be, but he says no thanks. Keep balling. Kyle Klein with the roller as well.
That holds up a little longer. That's going to work.
This stuff.
That's going to
stuff.
Oh,
that
gosh.
I knew that stuff was going to get him.
And he probably has no idea that that just happened.
Yeah.
Stuff you can't see that kills you on this course.
Yeah. Hopefully he's got a good alley through the sticks for his birdie putt. And
there's your leaderboard.
And all that wetness, Calvin.
But that's not figuring in. Calvin's actually 9 through 10 at the moment, and 31 under.
I got 4 names for you guys.
There's an update for you right there. Sitting just 2 strokes off the lead.
I got 4 names for you.
Hit it.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
Jeremy Coley, David Felberg, Will Schustrick, Barry Schultz. What do you think I'm talking about right now?
U.S. champions.
That will not cash this weekend.
Wow.
Dang.
That's how difficult the scoring has been this year, how low it's been, how difficult this day has been. 4 previous champions of this event will not cash. I told you some world-class names wouldn't cash this weekend.
Yeah.
And Schustrick was doing well in
He
round
was
2
doing
and 3.
well. He was right in the mix, and he's in the house at a +5 today. Just disintegrated on hole 17.
I wonder if that's when it opened up on him.
If something happened. Incredible. Jeremy's kind of maybe on the bubble, depending on what happens out there. I mean, maybe not. I don't know. It might be game over for Jerem. Paying out 37. He's sitting in 44th. And
any holes left to go?
No, he's in, and the next group behind him is in 39th, and they're paying to 37.
Gotcha. Well, some people out there might be falling to him a little bit, but I don't know enough.
2018 champ, well, Barsby, he's he's kind of on that bubble right now. He's in a big tie for 35th with guys like Kevin Jones and Emerson Keith.
Wow. Those are premier names.
Big time. Just tells you how good the competition is this year.
Where's Chris going, guys? High or low?
I would think he's going high.
Yeah, I think he's going to play that gap right there. Punch through. Nicely done. Sit, sit. A little work. 5 paces, 4 paces. He's fine.
Yeah. Card walking up the fairway, approaching their lives. Got Kyle Klein over. That's Alex Russell, excuse me. Great second shot out of him after a very short drive. Should be able to get in position for a par save here. Whenever he's done drying off all those discs. He's thinking about it. There's some dry plastic for a second anyway.
I might hit it. Ooh. Wow. What a play. Alex.
A little bit of a comebacker, but hopefully manageable.
Yeah, you never know. You can't take anything for granted in these conditions out here. Things that feel pretty standard and routine all of a sudden become a little more difficult when there's water falling.
Solid upshot right there. I believe that was Eagle. This will be Kyle Klein. His long birdie bid after that great roller. That would have been a good one to get him back in the mix there. But as it is, just still going to be sitting 5 strokes back of our leader in Chris Dickerson. With Calvin a couple strokes out in front of him right now. Is Calvin at 31 right now?
Calvin's at 31. He's -9 through 10 holes with that eagle on hole 10. I imagine he'll get par at worst on hole 11. Birdie on 12 if he's still striping him.
Yeah.
I mean, with his speed on hole 11, unless if he just misses or slips out of his hand, I imagine he'll get to that sweet spot down there in that 450-foot range.
Whatever his secret is for throwing 450 through the wet, I mean, he did it on a dime on 10. So if he can keep that going, I don't know if there's a lot anybody can do about it.
I went out there and walked that hole this morning before the rain came. Had my Bushnell rangefinder on hole 11 just to get some numbers out there. Those guys, like we were looking from the tee, it's about 500 down to the bottom
of that little gap between the hazards.
Yep, and if you land pin high to that big tree, you got about 325 into the green. So if you play the up top shot, you got about 3 1/4. If you go down below, you're looking at 215. So both manageable distances.
Dickerson making good on his
See what
par
happens
putt.
when he gets up there, what he does.
Kyle and Eagle with some par tap-ins of their own. No shame in a 4 on this one. It is a tough guy. Cat had an eagle look on this one today.
Really?
Yeah, threw a great roller second shot. Plays as a par 5 for the WNC. Those not familiar. There is the man of the hour right now, making some moves.
Look at the water down below him.
Here's his drive.
That is a
He's
wet
going
Vinny.
for it. That is a full-on power rip through the wind and the rain.
There it is.
There it is. It's dragging back towards the safe. Green.
No
There
way.
you go.
What a
Another birdie
shot.
set up right there.
Calvin
He's
Heimberg.
literally got 200 feet into the green from down in that pocket.
Look how stoked he is right now, you guys.
This is his face about 24/7.
Yeah.
Doesn't really change much, minus that glimpse we saw of him on 15 the other day when he was noticeably disturbed. But
Cool as a cucumber. Nathan Queen right here, it looks like. That's the setup you need on a day like today. The cart with the umbrella holder.
Unless the wind comes, I think that could get pretty precarious.
Yeah, that's true. Now I'll get a little flyover on 9, guys. What's your play here, Nate?
Just get it in bounds any way you want to do it on the first shot. Get past those 2 trees with either backhand or forehand, and then assess your options into the green. The scary part being that you've got out of bounds just 15 or so feet beyond that basket, and if you do go out of bounds, you're not advancing except up a little bit in that first inbounds area. It's a place you can take a huge number.
Yeah, we saw Eagle have some struggles on this one yesterday.
Yeah.
Those 2 OB strokes.
That was definitely a key moment from yesterday when Eagle was right in the battle and Dickerson actually made a mistake he could capitalize on, throwing OB off the tee, and Eagle prime position in the middle of the fairway and comes up short. Ends up taking a double bogey, and Chris saves his par. You know, just those momentum swings, kind of the doors open for him, and he just couldn't walk through.
Dickerson on the box. Going to get inbounds. Minus hole 9.
Dare I say the rain easing up a little bit.
I felt it too, yeah.
It's getting a bit quieter out here on the set. Just got to sit down again.
Got some good
That's
flip
a
up.
putter. Okay, he's good.
I'm curious if anyone's going to lay up to the front of the strip in these conditions.
Certainly somebody, but I don't know if it'll come from this card.
Yeah, I think they're all going to do their normal plays. Alex will take his...
I mean, if Chris is just looking at his card, he might just lay it up.
Oh, boy. Hook up.
Kick out.
Hook up. Ooh.
Oh. If he checks U-disc, he might be a little more apt to run it.
That just gave me the willies right there for Alex, man. That was tracking towards those beams back there. That could have been a disaster. Who knows where they would have given him the spot for that shot.
Taking it way back.
Way, way back.
Everybody drying hands, drying discs. Good luck.
Well, if it should calm down from here all the way out, this will be kind of like 2017, huh, Nate? Where it kind of got a little wet to start. All the umbrellas were out. It stayed dark and gray. The sun never came out, but the rain let up for sure.
Lucky for me, it was never quite this bad, but yeah, reminiscent of that same kind of feel.
Here's another deviation for Eagle. He's been throwing that forehand with a cloud breaker. Looks like he has his P3X putter in his hands. You like that change, Philo?
As long as it stays safe, yeah. I mean, he didn't get past the second tree, but he's safe, and now he's not in position to score.
I think he might have got saved by the tree, honestly. I think that might have pushed to the OB.
Smart thing to do, just push up to the rest of the top of the fairway and play your placement shot and hopefully save your 4 at this point.
I don't know, the Kyle Klein's too much farther than Eagle.
Not much. He's slightly out of position as well.
We're checking out an upshot of Calvin here on hole 11. After that beautiful drive staying in bounds. Good forehand playing into the hill.
It's got to roll a few feet to make it easier for him. There you go. That's a Cabini putt for you.
He's good for those.
A little tap in.
And back to our live action on 11. Their chase card.
Oh, man. You know it's either a rough day or...
They're already soaked, right?
Something's going on. Usually you won't see guys just go marching through the water like that. Rick dropping another good putt.
It doesn't even make sense. If Calvin were to make this and go 10 down through 11, that's the hottest start we've seen all week, is it not?
Yeah.
It is. At least tied for it.
Regardless of the conditions. And this is not even close. I mean, we had perfect weather.
Yeah, it was perfect.
I mean, not to presume he's going to make that, but unbelievable play.
Kyle Klein is way back there, and he's just going to chip something up, and that's got to give a lot of edge and sit down.
All right, he's back in bounds.
Okay, optical illusion there for a second.
I was with you, though. It looked like it. Oh. That rain forcing some layups here, guys.
That was a veteran move by the youngster there.
Sure.
Trying to push the envelope, recognizing I'm out of position. This is not where I like to throw from.
And here is Calvin's putt for the bird.
Ooh,
buddy.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Wow.
One back?
That's a man on a mission.
Yeah, really just one back right now.
One back.
One stick away.
He's one stroke off perfect, you guys.
I bet you Chris Dickerson had no conceptions of this happening to him.
Anybody doing anything like this.
He's like, oh, it's going to rain. Dudes are going to crumble. Not Vinny.
If he's not checking U-disc, he might want to start right now.
I told you by hole 9, you got to get past hole 9, then you can kind of see what's going on. You know, you played your game. What happens has happened.
Calvin started the round 10 back.
Wow. Remember that story you told me the other day, Nate? About Macbeth coming back on you in the final round?
Yeah.
Now Vinny's starting to make moves like that. He's showing he's a dominant player. And he's to be reckoned with.
Have you played with Chris much? Either of you? Is he a U-disc checker?
I don't recall much. When I played with him last year at the Tour Championship, we had a couple opportunities to play, and he was just all about business, man.
I don't know if you can hide from a round as good as Calvin's, though, because you got Kyle on your card, and you got some guys probably getting into their phones, and how are they not going to say, oh my gosh?
Yeah.
You know, so that's a round that it's hard to be sneaky when you're shooting, I'm going to say 11-25 level type of golf. I mean, this is phenomenal.
Through 11, that's absolutely where he's at. Dickerson looks like he's going to run the island, guys. This is going to be some drama. Safe bid, though.
That looks like an extremely safe play. He's still got to push. There you go. Safely in. Right in the middle. 60 feet away, probably about circle 2 range.
Veteran play by a guy who knows how to win.
He's still smiling. Look at this guy. He's having a blast out there.
Still loose. That's great.
Alex Russell challenging the hole a little bit more.
I think he's sort of Thunderbird right here.
He's safely in bounds.
Yep, hanging out with Chris over there. Smart plays by those guys, both of them.
You're not feeling it, you know? You're not, you know, everybody's soggy. It's still drizzling a bit out there. It's not coming down super hard, but, you know, there's still some water falling from the sky, and every time you stick that disc out into the air, that grip's going to get a little slippery. Just don't want to take the unnecessary risk at this point, especially on a hole like this.
Yeah. Kyle, after laying up to the front of the peninsula,
he's really going to want to try to get tight on the hole. He doesn't have the ability to just kind of chip it out there wide because he's giving them a stroke, so he's got to have to play a little bit more aggressive than the previous few shots we've seen.
Yeah, needs to get in position for that par.
You want to go try to find it? I got this.
Good news is he's probably not losing a stroke to Chris or Alex. I imagine they're laying that up.
Well, if he executes.
Uh-oh.
Oh, my.
Uh-oh.
No.
Uh-oh.
No.
Uh-oh.
You can't do that.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a killer, you guys.
That's probably ending his run.
Yeah. Unless Chris blows up.
He gets to advance
Calvin
a little
blows
bit
up.
there, about 25 feet around that puddle maybe, and pick another line. Yeah.
So that was 3, so he's throwing 5 right now.
Yep, he'll take his meter from where he crossed OB. Try to give himself some good footing.
He needs to put this close for a chance just to save a double.
Yeah, he needs to stick this one in there close and stop the hemorrhaging on his scorecard right here.
And that last one just never had a chance.
No, you could just tell it just came out low and underthrown.
Going to the forehand this time, maybe a little more. Oh,
that's sneaking out towards the right side. Get it
Okay,
good. There we go.
All right. Wow.
And he's still just chilling out. Not a lot of attitude, not a lot of disappointment, not a lot of frustration on the face. Just can't believe it.
I think he's still going to accomplish his initial goal when he came to USDGC, which was a top 10 finish.
Yeah, being that close, though. And
yeah, letting it slip away, but
yeah.
A lot of golf to go. He could get hot or he could fall farther.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no reason for him to hold his head down. I mean, I'm not saying that at all.
Yeah.
He's played exceptional golf to get to this point, to be on a lead card on a championship Saturday. You know, I'm definitely giving him a high five after this tournament. No where he finishes, no matter where he finishes. Excuse me. He's played definitely above where anybody expected to see him.
Eagle McMahon, this will be his 3rd. Looking to make that island for a par putt.
Beautifully done.
That's how you play the hole in the wet. Real smart golf from Eagle right there. And getting a look at Calvin.
Up on the Coliseum, hole 12.
Looks like a Star Destroyer.
Snap.
Yeah, that is one of his Star Destroyers.
I walked this hole too.
That's fantastic.
That is.
It's in the water.
Oh.
Are they going to give him a casual relief on that?
I don't know that you can. Straight back is still going to be in the water.
Yeah.
You can't go sideways. But I think his feet are already wet.
Yeah.
And I think he's well within his range.
He is. He can go standstill. It's 350 from that green mat. I actually made a mistake the other day. I said it was 400. It's actually 350 from that green mat to the basket. So we all know, uh-oh, sit, sit, sit. And he's got a ton of arm speed. I don't think he's going to need the run up to clear that 3 1/4.
Yeah. Calvin's a 70+ mile-an-hour ripper all day. Absolute smasher. Here's Chris just
pitching that up.
Yep.
Just conceding this hole for the par.
Look at those banners start to go, guys.
They were doing that earlier. I mean, when we were looking over here off of 18's green, those trees were whipping. I haven't seen the branches swaying like that out here in years.
Oh, Kyle Klein, this is for double bogey, you guys. Tourniquet putt, as it were.
There you go.
Nicely done, Kyle. Got a couple tap-ins here from the rest of the gang. Should be all pars around. So are they tied right now?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Just one off the lead is Calvin Heimberg right now. As Eagle and our leader, Chris Dickerson, drop in some pars.
I think 10 presents a pretty gettable birdie opportunity for Chris. We've been seeing him play the safe play.
That's right.
It's no distance required when you split it into 2 shots.
Holding on to that 1 stick lead. Chris Dickerson finishing up his front 9 at 1 under through the rain and the mess and the sogginess and all of that. And Calvin Heimberg putting on a chase. Coming at him hot and heavy.
That 10 under doesn't even look real, juxtaposed against all the other scores that you see there.
Yeah.
Is that a typo? No.
No.
Calvin's doing Calvin things right now.
And we got our flyover here on hole 10. Decision time for our lead card. But the rain might make that decision kind of easy.
Well, obviously it was for Calvin Heimberg because he got an eagle. But, you know, these guys, it's a different situation for them. You know, they're playing a bit more conservative golf up here on the lead card. Imagine seeing everybody bailing out to the left, maybe minus Eagle. I mean, Eagle needs to make a move here, get something going, try to get back into the mix of things. And he's dropped all the way down to tied for 9th, +4 for the round.
Wow.
You know,
slipping away a little bit.
It's slipping away from him, you know, and it's hard to watch. You know, he was been in contention the whole tournament.
He looked just so confident. And just was
his game plan was spot on.
It really was.
I really was a big fan of what he was trying to do out there the first 2 rounds. I thought it was brilliant, smart golf, safe golf, conservative yet aggressive. You know what I mean?
It was scoring.
He was scoring at a high clip. And then, you know, just yesterday things just kind of went off the rails for him, and every time Dickerson opened the window for him, he just couldn't close the door, couldn't make something happen. A couple of times even gave strokes back to him.
Calvin on 12 will be his second shot. From the stream, you guys. Gosh.
Come on, hook in there, hook in there. That looks perfect.
Sit,
stop,
sit, sit,
stop,
sit.
stop, 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 stop. There
All right,
we go.
he's putting for birdie. A little longer than he's hoping for, but
yeah, he's a putter though. I mean,
man, that is one wet Calvin.
Talk about an unfortunate break though, to throw such a great drive and just end up in
just
the stream, you know.
A lot of people are going to be there. Gravity takes the disc right there.
Yeah,
if
we
you
see
get
a
over
lot.
that ridge, you know, I think a lot of discs are going to end up in there.
I'm such a big fan of the other side of that ridge, you know, and for that reason, you know, I mean, it's usually not wet like that, but the footing's not quite as good. You don't see the basket quite as well.
So here's Chris playing the safety birdie route. But you still can't make a mistake and go OB on.
Tugs it, yeah. don't know. That doesn't look good.
That's OB, guys.
Really?
That doesn't look
That
good.
is
He's going
out
to the
of
drop
bounds.
zones.
Too low out of the
Unbelievable.
hand.
Way low. And I think he could have gone with something a bit more stable just to ensure the disc would go left, you know?
I called it. I wish I did.
That's a huge mistake.
Yeah, no kidding, man.
Alex Russell, he's been throwing a rock. Let's see if he changes it up at all.
Wow, this just got super suspenseful, everybody.
Unbelievable.
Just when you thought the robot chicken was untouchable,
It looked like he was good
unbreakable.
for the first three. It looked like he was going to start cruising.
Well, that rain came down and definitely changed things. It's definitely not raining quite as hard as it is now. I mean, who knows? Maybe his grip is starting to slide and
Running out of dry spots on the towel, you know?
who knows? I mean, we're not out there. I mean, we've been out there. We know what it's like, but I mean,
You guys think GBO your wettest rounds? Have you
I
There's
don't
been
know.
some bad ones.
Some Santa Cruz rounds were bad. Some NorCal rain that comes in thick like that Forrest Gump rain, you know? It's just brutal. It's never fun. I remember one year at Maple Hill. Oh boy, we had a nasty one at Maple Hill. All that undulation out there and that bowl that we play in, the wind's just circling around. I remember seeing guys just giving up on the umbrella. It came down so hard. They just packed it up and just dealt with it.
Wow.
The 6 or so holes that we've played in this rain, Chris Dickerson 1 over, Calvin Heimberg 6 under.
There you go.
There's your difference right there.
Yeah. Eagle getting inbounds with that P3X. Just tossing a putter out there. And Kyle Klein. He's got something smaller in too. Must be laying up.
It's drifting a little bit. That's good.
Slowing
That's
up.
good. Yeah. Calvin makes his putt on 12. Dickerson does not get up and down here for his par. They're going to flip-flop.
And Chris is at the drop zone. Do you guys think he goes to the basket?
He has to.
Absolutely.
He has to. He has no other choice. He has to get up and down for par right now.
It's only about 3:30.
Yeah, that's
Exactly.
right.
He's got to go.
It's 337 or something like that, and now it's playing a par 4 for the ladies. He's got to put that in the circle and save this par right now.
Paige and Kat were just posterizing that hole from the drop zone, or the USDGC drop zone, just eagle after eagle.
Yeah, I watched Paige skip it up on top of the bricks.
Yes, she
Just
did.
dunk it.
Hopped in, bounced off the inside of the rock wall, and dang near tapped the pole as well.
She did a great putt for eagle today.
This is a huge putt right now for Vinny.
Oh man, absolutely.
No. Okay.
Okay. I mean,
It's starting to rain again. It's starting to come down a little bit harder again. It's been back and forth for the last half an hour, kind of light drizzle. Now it's starting to pick up again, and maybe that affected Vinny there. And this is another big play on the course right now. Dickerson's got to make sure that he's ready to play this shot as comfortable as he can get.
get that good grip.
Make sure that thing doesn't come slipping out when he adds the speed to it.
That's very
like it?
low.
That's low. It's got that'll be, oh no.
Did he hit the bush?
No, he hit the bush, so he's got to rethrow.
My goodness.
Uh-oh.
We're going to have a new leader.
Yes, we are.
He's throwing 5 right now.
He's got to land safe.
Trying to salvage a 6 here.
He's got to get
hit
down.
the bricks.
Now he's got to get
Sit.
down. He's got to get down. There you go. Circle's edge.
That's a long putt
Safe.
for 6, you guys.
Whoa.
Man,
Well,
how the tables have turned out here. I thought we were in for an easy victory lap after those first 3.
I wouldn't say easy, but
But
just not as
It wasn't looking like
closely
this.
contested was maybe what I was thinking. Like, wow, Dickerson's got a dozen strokes on Paul Macbeth. Who else do we think's going to do it? You know, like he's really the guy that we expect to see making that late round charge. And he got off to that awesome start.
Yeah, 3 for 3.
And you turn around and 15, 20 minutes later, there goes Vinny smoking right past him. Locomotive coming full steam ahead. And he's only got 3 pars on the round and an eagle in these conditions. 10 down through 12.
Incredible. Alex Russell, this will be his play for birdie. Is that way long?
Not way long, but outside circle 1. He's safe, but he's going to have a tester in these conditions. We've seen Alex make a bunch of those when it was calm and dry.
What kind of changes are you guys making to your game in conditions like? Are you throwing slower discs? They're like
a lot of DX rocks for me, man. And on this course, I'm just discing down, throwing DX, something I can grip a little better, and won't be throwing my champion plastic or that slippery star stuff. Just chipping away at this course. I mean, I don't have the arm speed to go crazy like a guy like Calvin does and get aggressive at things, you know. And you just have to know what you can do as a player, what you're comfortable with.
Nate, are you leaning on that forehand a little more in the rain? Like, is
no,
grip
not
easier?
more. I'm already leaning on it pretty heavy. Not more. I would say that I'm just changing my game plan on a couple holes. This hole is always going to be a hole I push for birdie. 11, the next hole, in these conditions, I won't even try. There's no point in me trying to get all the way up there in 2 shots in these conditions. It's not going to happen. So a lot of these holes shift from a birdie as my dream scenario to just try to hang on and go for par. The goal goes from being maybe 12 under to 6 in conditions like this, and just trying to manage and make birdies where you can.
Exactly. You kind of have to pick your holes, which ones you want to attack, you know what I mean? Have your game plan set coming into the round, like, okay, I'm going to play for birdie on 1, 2, and 3. I'm just going to make sure I salvage my par on hole 4. We'll see how I'm in position on hole 5, and you just kind of give yourself the best case scenarios, like what would be the optimal situation to find yourself in. And there's a great shot coming into the green.
Eagle McMahon.
No putt required for Eagle.
That's what he's
sticking with his game plan on this hole. He did not go for the green in 1, which we kind of anticipated maybe seeing, and here we go again on the leaderboard.
Hole 10 is so tough. Statistically, it's the easiest hole, but it can bite you.
Yeah.
If you, especially this kind of thing.
Didn't see it coming, yeah, but look at Johnny McRae climbing the ladder.
And that lead is going to be different when Chris Dickerson finishes this hole.
Benny putting a move on this disc.
Smoked.
Right up there in that optimal distance range, about 4 1/4 off the tee at the end of that berm, that little brown spot there.
Getting a replay of Chris from the drop zone.
This was his first one. You can just tell it was just low, coming right into that bush.
Oh, just got the heart of it,
Never gave it a chance. I mean, it might have skipped in safe. It's still 55 feet from that bush to safe, and this one looks a bit better on the speed and trajectory, but gets a big flaring skip, and he's outside circle 1. The really big putt on his table right now.
You called it, sir.
This for double bogey.
Drying off that P3 putter. Looked so in control. It is starting to slip here. To stop the bleeding for double bogey, Chris Dickerson. Triple.
Great bid.
It
Not
was.
quite the go that he needed to get it up and over the rim of the basket, but I mean, he had the line down.
And that's
hard to be super aggressive with that putt because it runs off after that.
Yep.
That's going to be a 2-shot lead for Calvin.
Calvin now.
Calvin's safe off the tee on hole 13. He's in position to make another birdie. It's back in the A position up into the top, and I mean, I'm sure from where he's at, he can easily fire that thing over the parking lot. Give himself an eagle opportunity. We'll see which way he goes for it.
Yeah, I'm really curious which play he takes.
I'm sure he's going to take a peek at his phone and see what's happening.
Yeah, he's a U-disc checker for sure. I'll tell you that. Kyle Klein for birdie.
Ooh, that looked so good.
It sure did.
I was ready to say count it, and just rims off. And he's still smiling, though. Look at that sportsmanship by the youngster. He's got a great attitude for a young player with all this pressure on his shoulders right now.
So that's what it takes to make a lead card at 18. You got to have a good one.
If he had pulled it off, what was that stat you were talking about earlier, Nate?
Yeah, if I had that locked and loaded, if he had a little hotter start, he would be 20 days younger than Will Schustrick was in 2010 when Will won. So he was in position, and still technically is, if he can really have something crazy happen, to be the youngest U.S. champion in history.
Will won it at 18, huh?
Less than 18 and a half, both of them. Less than just 20 days would separate them on the day that they would win.
There is Eagle, make it good. Casual birdie out of him. That's a stroke on the card.
Nate Sexton doing some research for you folks at home, giving you a good story there. We love that.
There's Kyle tapping in. That's a par from him, and here is a triple bogey for our leader. What was our leader, Philo?
Was our leader. You got that right.
Yeah.
And it has been our leader for as long as I can remember.
It has been a minute since he has been looking up at somebody else.
Yeah. Now it's, whew. Now Vinny's up top. He's got a few tough holes still ahead of him. He's in position right now on hole 13 to make another birdie, possibly eagle.
No mistakes out of him today so far.
Nothing. Pars and birdies in these conditions is fantastic.
Unbelievable. Can't believe he turned it on like that. And everybody else just falling apart around him.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Eagle's falling apart. Kyle's had a three or four bogey strokes in the last 4 holes. Macbeth is flattened out from his 5-for-5 start. I mean,
and here are those mistakes out of Chris right here, Philo.
Yeah, that first drop zone shot was definitely costly. He needed to get that in bounds at all costs. First priority, get in bounds and low out the gate.
And hits the one tree in the way.
The only thing out there. And his second play was a bit more aggressive, but a bit early on the release. It kind of looked all right out the gate, and then it just started dragging further away from the basket.
Really needed a spike there.
He needed this putt too, and just barely low. I mean, he's been making putts back and forth all across this track, and once again, just coming up a little bit short.
Yeah, he is.
And that's how things happen out here. That's how the cookie crumbles at the USDGC. It's happened before, not particularly in the fashion we're seeing it today, on the particular holes we're seeing it today. Usually it's hole 17, hole 18 causing all the drama. But today we're in the middle of the course. We're on Championship Saturday. We've got a new leader, Calvin Heimberg. He's got a 2-stick lead right now.
Yeah. So Chris not out of it?
He's not out of it. He's still got 2 holes in front of him. You know, he's still got some time. But here we are. We're on hole 11. The all-hazard hole 11 for the first time, I believe, where everything's out in front of these guys. If they should slide into the hazard, they progress to that spot, play from there, could possibly scramble their 4. You're thinking worst-case scenario 5. We just saw Vinny posterize this hole, and now we got to see some good plays out of this lead card, especially out of Chris Dickerson. If he's going to get back in contention to take this thing down, he could certainly use a birdie right now.
Yeah, we've seen the Eagle and Kyle get down into that sweet spot. It's going to be a little tougher today in these conditions.
Yeah, it is. I think we're taking a live look here at Ricky Wysocki lining up his second shot.
Taking that Eagle route, it looks like.
Well, it looks like he's lining up for the sidearm and play the side gap over here.
I meant the person, not the score.
Oh, I wasn't paying. My bad, man. Did that? Oh, I was about to say, did that just stick in the tree?
It looks like it.
I wonder if he got far enough up there that he can still make it onto the island green.
Yeah.
Certainly on, but getting all the way to the basket might be tricky.
Yeah.
And here is Calvin. A big shot in this tournament coming up, guys.
I don't know that he is going to take the risk to cross now. I think birdie is enough. I think it makes sense to go up the path.
After Chris gave him a couple, you think?
I don't know that even matters. I don't know if he needs to. I think he did. He got it so close already. I don't know that if he's still 6 back, but that's long gone now. I think we're going to see him. Yeah, it looks like a mid-range. I think we're going to see him try to finish just barely to the right of this path.
Yeah, just ripping a rock down the tunnel.
And that sets up a really likely birdie if he can execute this shot.
Yeah, this is the one right here. Keep us out of the woods and inbounds.
Is it turning too quick? I think it might be. It is. That's a disaster right there.
Oh, man.
He's going to be in a really bad spot.
That's kind of where Eagle was yesterday when we saw that devolve.
I would be surprised if he could save par.
No.
Man, USDGC and strokes flying all over the place. Name a more iconic duo.
That's what makes this tournament so great.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Uh-oh. He's going to need some help. He actually can stay safe if he bends around that tree.
Oh, is he in the hazard?
Looks like he's okay. No, OB.
Yeah.
Oh, he must have been so close. There actually is about 50, 60 feet of grass behind that big tree that he could have still been safe. And looks like it was another unfortunate break for the youngster, Kyle Klein.
I wonder where he last crossed, if he truly is OB, not hazard.
I think he's going to be on that chunk of grass. I'm sure he probably came in maybe a little bit over that land there, and
I hope so for his
we'll
sake.
see. If not, he might be in the parking lot.
Dickerson put this one in the hazard yesterday. Can he correct?
Yeah, he's playing for the up high spot, and if he gets pin high to that tree, he's going to be about 320 feet to the basket from there, and that was a great shot by Dickerson right now.
Beautifully done.
Great recovery
He's
shot.
in a dog battle right now with Calvin Heimberg, so he's got to keep pace.
And here is Eagle McMahon's drive. Feels too high, but I hope it's not.
Barely safe.
Great.
Barely safe.
Wow. That little wet ground stick might help him right there.
450 to that spot on the number.
I thought I saw a yellow flag moving around,
Did
though.
you?
I'm not sure.
Ooh, I hope not.
Alex playing for the high side. That looks like a bit of a layup there. That's
Yeah.
not very far at all.
Yeah, I think he just threw a rock right there again. And there is your new leader, you guys. Calvin Heimberg sitting 2 strokes clear all of a sudden.
Yeah, but he's in trouble right now over on the 13th. I mean,
he's in trouble,
got
and
some
Chris is going the other way.
to do. And, you know, Chris Dickerson's in a good spot right now to get a birdie. This could be another 2-stroke swing.
And Paul's in the top 4.
There he is, Paul Macbeth, climbing the ladder again, trying to get a podium finish from middle of the pack thing there, you know, just scratching and clawing. Only a 5 down, but I mean, not a lot of guys shooting low today.
He's managing these seven straight pars in this tough weather. After that hot start, he's just kind of, you know, I'm sure he's getting in birdie position, not quite connecting, but certainly not making big mistakes.
Also sure he's checking live scoring, too, to see what everybody else is doing and realizing, hey, I don't got to push the envelope here. Everybody's kind of giving me the strokes right now.
And Johnny McRae making a good push for, like, best qualifier finish.
Absolutely. I mean, and he came out of nowhere from early in the tournament. You know, he was way back in the pack, probably in the 40s or 50s of place, and all the way back up into a tie for 5th right now.
Yeah. I think he shot an even par on the second day.
And he was like the oldest guy in the field.
Yep.
That's got to be inspiring. I mean, every time that guy inspires me with his performance, gives me hope, man. When I'm in my late 40s, maybe I can still hang around and put performances like this together.
Calvin looks like he took a little bit of relief from that OB lie, kind of like Eagle did yesterday.
Yeah, you almost have to. You'd be foolish to play from right in there. You have no shot.
Yeah, you're not going very far forward. The best he could do is just turn the corner and land safe and then play for bogey, really.
And this is danger, because depending on how aggressive he gets here, pretty hard to get all the way to the basket. Maybe almost impossible.
Well, he looks like he got a better spot than Eagle did. Like he got further up, so his mark is getting him around that corner a little bit more.
Yeah, he did go a little bit farther.
I would guess he's going to try to keep this under the low ceiling, try to find the middle of the big island and set up maybe long circle 2.
All right, that's got a good angle on it. Now it's got to get up and skip.
Safe on the island.
Safe on the island, back in the river.
In the water. Hopefully it doesn't float away.
So
I guess he's got to play it from where it lies if it just keeps on drifting down, doesn't he? Or are they going to give it to him where it came to rest initially?
I think that would be what they would do.
I got you.
It's that's almost certainly going to be a bogey.
Well, here's our mark for the young Kyle Klein. Like I was saying, there was a little bit of land for him to cross over. I mean, and the safe land is literally about 3 feet to the left of his disc right there. The hazard in the safe is very close right there. He might have had an outside chance of getting back in there. Yep, see it?
Oh, yeah. He was almost in bounds.
Almost there.
Sit.
That needs to come to
or
the hole
roll to the basket.
Bit. Now it's got to cut in hard. Cut. There we go. There we go.
That's
good break
that's a pro play right there.
That's a good break right there.
What a great roller.
He knows it too. That could have gone the opposite way if it stood up a hair more. Taking a look at Alex Russell playing his second shot. Looking to get down in that bottom cubby hole. Ooh. That looks safe by the hair of his chinny chin chin. That looks like Chris Dickerson's disc.
Got the
Mario Brothers power up. The star.
Man, he could use a power up right now. That's exactly
That'd
what
be
he
a
needs.
one-up life. That'd be the mushroom. That's what he needs. Get him back to life here.
Well, Mario Kart start charging through fools.
This shot could do it.
Pretty tasty. Looking pretty tasty. That'll do. That should score him a birdie.
Nice shot, Chris. So we might be back tied after this. These two finish their holes respectively.
Correct.
What a roller coaster, man.
Goodness.
I'm like standing up. I could be sitting down. I'm standing up like this is intense. After a triple bogey, he's going to earn himself a birdie to right the ship, and he's 2 over par right now, you know?
Yeah, did not expect that. So there is Eagle approaching his lie. Looks like he stayed safe. Just a couple of feet past that hazard pole. He's been throwing this kind of putter high on the hill, letting it slide down. Looks like he's going back to that right now.
Yeah, with all that water on the low side, I don't think you really want to
mess with
play that sidearm right now and run the risk of splashing down and taking all the speed off at the finish.
Well, at least it won't roll into the hazard like Chris did yesterday. It'll just drift away.
Just drift away. Yeah, the high right side's looking really nice right now. Turn on the disc, straighten it out, burn it into the hill, and you couldn't have done it much better than that.
Yeah, that's his best one of the journey.
I think so. I agree with you. That's one way to get it done.
There's a dry spot back
Put
there.
A little smile out of Eagle there. Having a little fun.
As close as these guys are battling now, it's hard for me to not. My mind wants to jump to hole 17. It's gonna matter again.
It always matters. It always matters.
Alex gonna hit his third shot. It's another rock.
That looks nice as well. It should be burning in from the hills, working its way up towards that bullseye area. That should be a nice little tap-in putt for Alex.
He got what he planned for. He played for a 4 and he's getting it.
Absolutely. Well, he's got himself in position. I mean, he could still get a little slippy on the finger and miss a 25-footer, but highly unlikely.
Yeah. They got this thing pretty much well surrounded.
Yes, they do.
It's starting to let up a little bit, it feels like, out there. I'm sure everything's thoroughly soaked, though. I don't know it'll matter that much. It's getting a little nicer. You can see Kyle put away his umbrella. Chris Dickerson approaching his lie. This will be for a birdie. And most likely back for a tie for the lead.
There you go.
Solid.
Right down Broadway. Collect that birdie. Get yourself back in what looks like it's going to be a tie ball game here in just a second. Well, for the first time, we'll have a tie, right?
Yeah, that's right. We kind of just flip-flopped on that last exchange of holes.
Be co-leader for the tournament once again.
Alex
First time.
Yeah. Alex Russell to save his par. You know, you were talking about people watching this from the sidewalk yesterday, Philo.
Oh, yeah.
I saw some people on there driving in.
Oh, did you?
Yep.
2?
I saw at least like 10 people over there.
Okay.
They must have heard you yesterday. They drove up.
Wow, I really brought the crowd, didn't I?
You did.
Whole 10 people.
It's infinitely more crowd than we had yesterday.
Guess you got your point there, buddy.
There is Eagle dropping in. And Kyle doing the same. And getting a look at Vinny. This is going to be his 5th shot here.
From beyond all circles. All right, so he's going to scrape up his bogey. Really hard to really count on making that putt from way out there, but if anybody's got the ability to do it, I mean, Benny does.
Oh, yeah.
Conditions difficult to get as accurate as you might normally be. It's nice and dry.
And he's just walking through that stream like it does not matter.
Those shoes are torched, man.
It must be soaked. And there is our current leader, Calvin Heimberg, by 1 stroke over Chris Dickerson.
Not for long.
Yep, not for long.
It's a tie ball game after he taps that in.
Gonna slip right back to him. Kyle just 5 back and a couple 17 blowups, and maybe he wins.
Who knows, man? I mean, Calvin's really the only guy out there that's been playing pretty clean until just then, and he was in money position off the tee and just let it get away from him. And I'm telling you, man, every little mistake out here costs you something. It doesn't matter if you're in a tie or whatever, going in for last cash or what, any position out here. Mistakes cost you.
They do. Tell us about 12, Philo.
Yeah, hole 12, obviously all hazard again, so anytime a player finds himself outside safe territory, they progress to that spot and continue to play from there. Makes the course play a bit faster and a bit softer, but it's still 2 great shots. You're playing about a 450 to the money zone on top of the spine, and it's about 400 on the button actually, so it kind of measures a little longer playing from the right side, but I think the downhill grade kind of eats up some of that footage there.
Oh, sure.
That 450 spot really feels like 400 to get to that spot, and then you're playing another 400 hyzer out and around on this 900-foot par 4.
Heather Young right there. Great showing out of her this weekend,
Absolutely.
you guys.
Top 3 finish, tying with Sarah Hokum, who came back with a hot round, -7.
Yeah.
Excellent shoot from Sarah. She asked me for advice right before she teed off on hole 1. Any advice for this weekend? And I was like, you have your game plan, stick to it, believe in yourself, try to keep your heart rate down.
She did it today.
You know, and she got it done today. She's like, I had my best round. I came back, I tied for 3rd, I passed Owen, and, feeling very proud of herself. So she should.
Heather's game is great. Really solid on the green.
awesome.
Doesn't throw exceptionally far, but the placement is incredible.
And she secured that podium with a 27-footer on the treacherous 18th.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's doing big things.
Cool.
Right there.
And she is the purple sister. I've told there's like a yellow sister and a orange sister, possibly. They each have their own color. You'll always see her rocking the purple.
I'm sure the ladies, they're all excited. They get to come back in the future. It's not a one and done situation for them.
Yeah.
They got a taste of the Winthrop Gold experience, and minus the few ladies that have qualified or played in the USDGC before.
I think Eagle is disking down to an FD3. No, that's a cloud breaker. Excuse me.
That's kind of getting that lift. He might end up in the water on the other side. Ooh, he gets past it. All right, well, he'll have some solid footing there at least.
Chris Dickerson. That is a D1.
Once again, the rain has let up a little bit. It's just gray and cloudy. A little bit cooler than past days. Nothing falling from the sky at the moment. That's got to hook up in a hurry.
It's thinking about it.
All right, there you go. That actually worked out perfect.
Oh, that's a fantastic spot.
Yep, he's right about 375, 360 to the target from there.
Level footing,
the basket, level footing, all the positives that you want to have on this hole right now.
There's Sean Charity right there, our speed gun crew. Huge thanks to him. Alex Russell on the box. That is a Star Destroyer.
That is pulled, ladies and gentlemen. He pulled that one really hard, and he's going to be praying for some luck to stay safe, and that is in the parking lot. He is out of bounds. Not hazard, that is out of bounds.
And really out of position.
Way out of position, so he'll drop from where he crossed last safe, and he's probably just going to play a flick into the bottleneck over there on the left side of the fairway.
Yeah, looking at 5 best case, it feels like.
Best case scenario.
Kyle Klein, this is a cloud breaker.
He's done the same thing, and he's pulled that over, and he's going to need a lot of help to get this thing back into
starting to fade.
Starting to, there we go. Okay, I measured that spot too. Under that tree, it's right around 400.
Anything in the way from where he landed, or he's got a clean look?
Actually, it was like 385. He'll have a clean look.
The problem is you can't swing a wide hyzer like most everyone would want to do there. It's like
he's got to take something overstable, put a baby flex on it, flatten it out, keep the air under it. You're right, Nate. He can't throw a big wide spiking hyzer into the green. He'll have to shape his shot a bit differently.
Looking at Calvin Heimberg on 14. That is a champion eagle in his hands.
Yeah, he really wants to stick this one in tight.
Look at him trying to play with the grip there. You see that?
Yeah.
Trying to get it going.
Trying to find that right pressure and grip. That's got to get stable in a hurry, hurry, hurry. That looks like a mid-range.
I kind of think it is a mid-range.
You think it is?
If that was an eagle, that thing would have been
Yeah,
OB,
you're right.
man.
Maybe Champ Rock or something then?
I think so.
Probably. He was probably hoping for a little more air and a little more angle on that. And it just dropped out of the sky on him, flattened out.
Yeah, Garrett threw that shot beautifully.
I don't think he's
yesterday.
going to be running that putt. That one's a bit scary. He's in the 60-foot neighborhood and a lot of downhill behind him and hazard back there.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably not the smartest play to take that risk right now. He doesn't have to.
Calvin Heimberg, a fellow engineer graduate.
Hey, Nathan Queen
Smart
popping
man, I'm
up
sure
into
he'll
a
lay
tie
up.
for 4th place there
look
with
at
Paul
that.
Macbeth, who apparently has made a bogey somewhere on the course. Garrett Gerthy hanging around. Johnny McRae, look at that tie for 4th place right now.
That's a lot of folks. 7 of them? 6 of
Ricky
them?
Wysocki still got an op to get himself into the mix. He's only 1 stick behind these guys and a tie for 10th. And you look down the leaderboard from there and the strokes just start getting wider and wider.
And Rick only 1 down on the round today. Alex Russell grabbing his disc and finding his lie. He'll be throwing 3 here in a second once he figures out a game plan from over here. Probably an unfamiliar position, I would imagine. Not a shot you guys are practicing.
You don't practice from over there.
Gonna go Star Destroyer again, looks like it.
Backhand.
Just an Annie into the middle of the fairway. Over the top.
It's playing 500 to the basket, so yeah, he's just going to pitch it up and around. And
Is he in?
He should be fine from there, yeah. Definitely not the play any of us really visualized for him, but
No.
in the end, back in the fairway, try to get up and down, save his bogey. Try to hang around a little bit longer out here with these guys. He's that big tie for 4th right now, and he's going to slide back a couple of spots, more likely into a tie for 10th place.
And every putt's gonna be a lot of money out here.
Yeah.
With that epic tie.
17 will shake that right out.
It really will, won't it? We're gonna get some separation.
We've already seen some pretty big numbers on hole 17 today. I'm seeing some 4s, 5s, 6, a couple of 8s. Another 8, 3 8s on hole 17 today.
That's about. I mean, you really shouldn't do anything worse than an 8.
Still, I mean,
Yeah,
those are
they're
some
happening.
landmines on your scorecard. I mean, that's got to get stable in a hurry. Come on, baby. Hook in there.
Sit. Oh, no.
Back into the hazard again. Almost pulls off the shot perfectly, and he's probably waiting for a call to see officially what happened, and that yellow flag's going to slide up for him. And that's just a bad break right there.
And here is Chris Dickerson from the Philo zone.
I really like this place right here on top of the hill. See the basket clearly. You can see the bottom side of the line.
A lot less rain at the moment. He's probably got this dried out a little better. You can see his pace is a little better.
That's looking pretty solid. Maybe a little bit shy of the basket, but check up and don't skip long. All right, he's in between circles is what I'd call that 45-footer.
Tough angle, too.
Yeah, he's putting down at the depression behind the basket, so
They kind of have dueling choice putts here.
Vinny looked like he's running this.
Wow.
This will be a huge make for Vinny. Hit something.
Sit.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Ooh,
Oh.
okay. Whew.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, man. That could have been catastrophic for his chances to take this tournament down if that trickles out.
That would have been a huge unforced error.
He really didn't have to do that. I know he wants it, you know what I mean? Like, that shows great want for taking this tournament down, and you can't knock him, but at the same time, you kind of question his...
He's still circle one, though.
He is. It's just, you know, so many things could have gone wrong there, and that's what I mean. It's just the decision-making.
We saw Paul roll a B off a putt like that, right?
I think so. I think that was his last bogey.
Or a hazard, but yeah. Or sorry, yes, a couple days ago. Calvin for the par save here. Maintain that 31 down.
Yeah, Paul bogeyed hole 14 today.
Wow. We got him again.
No.
Vinny.
No.
Oh my goodness.
You see where I'm coming from now, Nate?
It could happen. It can happen.
You know, the unexpected seems to happen on championship closing rounds.
God, it's just a little different in your head.
And that's going to be back-to-back bogeys for Calvin after just the greatest start ever.
It's not just what happens in your mind, but what happens to your body. Because the energy that gets sucked away from you and things like that happen. It's hard to describe. It's like you just got punched in the stomach and you can't breathe for a few minutes.
Right now.
You just got to try to find a way to settle back in and find your rhythm right away. You have to bounce back. You cannot let this keep sliding and slipping away from you. Chris Dickerson retakes the lead.
Chris is kind of in a similar position to where Calvin just was, though. You know, a bad putt there could roll into the hazard to get him a long comebacker.
I doubt Dickerson's is going to run that putt if he's paying any attention to what's happening. Eagle McMahon shot into the green about 360, 70 feet away.
Crashing a little low, but inbounds.
He'll be fine from there, putting back up the hill, the safer putt.
Yeah, that's one you don't mind. And look at Chris Dickerson.
39, 40 feet away from the basket. Got a downhill slope right behind him.
He's going for it, guys.
Hazard. He doesn't need this putt.
Oh, there's the layup. Yeah, you called it, Philo.
That's a savvy move right there. If he's paying attention, like I said, this tournament doesn't start for him until the last 9 holes. And he's got to be paying attention to what the other guys are doing around him. And if he just saw Vinny goes bogey, bogey, that's a risk he doesn't have to take. There's nobody on the card close to him. Kyle is 5 strokes back, and he's putting for a bogey or worse.
Par, I believe. Right?
No, he went OB off the tee.
Oh, did he really?
I thought he did, didn't he? Which hole are we on, 12?
That was Alex that went OB.
That was Alex, that's right.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah, this for par.
You're right, my bad.
No worries.
Oh, there's your bogey.
There's your bogey.
So he just gained a little bit more of a cushion.
They sure did, with a par.
And now Kyle is tied with Paul Macbeth.
Is he really?
Yes, he is.
Wow. Here is Eagle with a birdie putt. Separate himself from that 24 pack a little bit.
There's Eagle.
You'd love to see it.
There's Eagle. And he's not out of this either, you know what I mean? He's still got the same amount of holes as Chris Dickerson does. Macbeth is a couple of holes out in front of him, and he's running out of time to really make a move and do anything that's going to get him much further than podium. Eagle's still got an opportunity if things get a little shaky for Chris Dickerson, say on hole 17.
Yeah.
We could see a huge flop in the numbers, so that was a big birdie for Eagle right there.
Yeah, he's got to keep in mind a +5 for one hole. It's out there lurking.
It could happen twice.
Yeah, good putt from Alex to save his bogey there. Great bogey save after that.
Misfortunate pull off the tee pad. Yeah, big time. Getting the best score possible.
There's Chris with his very intelligent par play. That's a bogey from Kyle. Eagle getting a stroke on the card plus there. That nice birdie.
Taking another live look over the Winthrop Lake. You can see it's calmed down with the rain. The wind has subsided quite a bit. Some UDIS stat comparison for you.
Sneaking in Calvin to compare with Chris here.
Absolutely. I mean, these guys have been lighting it up all weekend, and Calvin was on a heater, an official heater, for 10 holes or so, and 11 holes. And
on 215 for the triple Mando.
That looks like that worked out, though. He did the low burner.
Oh,
that's
great.
Yep.
It was low, but Vinny throws super fast, and he got that big power skip up there, and he's in position to make something happen. It's not the best position, but he's got a window or two to play with.
It looks like he lined up that big gap pretty nicely.
He did. He did. And he knows what position he's in right now. He needs to close this tournament out if he's going to have a chance to walk out of here with that USDGC title.
Yep. Needs to put down some numbers right now.
Those are all pretty solid numbers right there.
They don't suck. Yeah.
84% fairway hit.
Circle 2 putting, look at that. 47%.
Solid.
Wow. And Eagle McMahon leading the way in the fairway hits. But
Yeah, to nitpick anything on Calvin at 81% C1X. He's bleeding some strokes to Dickerson there.
Yeah.
No, we just saw him give one up just a moment ago. That par putt on 14, something that we're not accustomed to seeing Vinny miss from something so close. You know, just didn't get the disc on the pole, and it slides off strong side. Another unforced error that we've seen today by the players out on the course, trying to battle their way through this final round championship Saturday.
Going into hole 13.
Hole 13, playing back to the A position. You can see the percentages up there at your top left corner. A lot of people going OB, and only a quarter of the field, just more than that, making birdie on this over the weekend. So it's playing tough, even though it's set up in, I would think, a bit easier of a situation, not playing the skinny strand of grass down the middle by the parking lot there, and still causing people problems. All these years, still causing people problems.
Wouldn't be 888 if it didn't, Philo.
You got that right. Another sign of a good championship course.
Disc change out of Eagle here.
Absolutely, you're calling it, man. You're spot on with these things.
Was throwing the cloud breaker, burned it over yesterday. That's either a max or a P.
That's super overstable. Look how fast that thing started turning. He is definitely not making the same mistake he did yesterday.
He's not.
No chances taken there by Eagle.
I think that might have been his max. It's a little darker than his PD.
Yeah, he did what he had to do to make sure that he felt comfortable about staying in bounds and not bleeding any strokes at this point. This is time where you really got to buckle down and play smart.
Chris Dickerson with a D1.
He's putting a move on that, and it's pretty overstable. Not even taking any chances with that sidewalk. Bailing out over there by Eagle. A bit shy of where the guys have normally been coming, and look what you see in the water in that pond. Here comes the rain again.
Oh my.
Last third of the course, here comes the rain one more time today, and Alex looks like a soggy dog, and he's
he sure does.
Just
poor guy
trying to battle through these conditions right now.
That's a Star Destroyer in his hands.
Nice swing there, Alex. Playing the straighter shot, not the wide swooping hyzer, just pipes it down the middle. Right out there with the rest of the guys.
Kyle Klein with a cloud breaker.
Wasting no time, hopped up there right behind him.
And it should land in bounds nicely.
He's fine.
Yeah.
Everybody's just coming up a bit shy from where they normally are, and that's going to make that second shot a little more challenging, you know. Now the choice is, do I lay up and play for a 5, or lay up and make my crossing in the 400-foot range across the parking lot, or do I press that one of those two gaps up there, the bottleneck to the left or the carry OB on the right side? And these are those game time decisions that change throughout the course of the tournament as things wear on, as the pressure adds, as the moment builds.
Getting a look at Nathan Queen here on 15. Slightly short of the corner, looks like.
Looks like it, Nate. What do you say?
Yeah, that's going to be tricky. Especially he's a backhand dominant player at left hand.
Yeah, he is. You'd never see him throw a forehand.
So you would like to have that other spin to get a skip maybe, but it looks like he's going to go to that turnover mid-range. So maybe he's got a little room.
Yeah, looks like one of his Makos.
What if he tried to do a right-hand flick roller right now? Would you be surprised? Like, no way, I didn't know he had that shot.
There are some guys that'll pull stuff like that out every once in a while.
It's those baseball players that throw left-hand backhand Like AJ Risley, Max Nichols in that same vein. What was that about?
I'm just thinking like ambidextrous-wise. You know,
Oh,
there's
yeah.
not too many guys. I played with
Nico,
one.
man.
He's starting to figure it out, but I took $100 in a CTP off of him left-handed in Massachusetts recently, so I never throw left-handed.
I think he might have had something distract him in his swing. I think he's a little frustrated right now.
I don't know what that could have been. We don't really see everything that's going on out there. And who knows what that was. Regain his composure, line up a shot, and here we go.
Bending that Annie.
Oh, not ideal.
Yeah, that's the worst side of that green.
Not ideal. He's going to have some work to do from there. He's going to have to find one of those really small windows to progress and get onto the putting green.
Looking at Chris's second shot, looking down that tunnel past the tree. He's still a ways from it, though.
That's what I was saying. Everybody came up quite a ways short from where they had been landing, and he's going to have to put a move on this thing to get past the turn there.
Yeah, he's been able to throw kind of a hyzer flip that turns around the tree, but
he's making sure his mistake is left. You can see by the swing that he put on that, and it's going to be mostly straight, and that looks pretty good.
Is he past the tree?
He's safe, and he may be right about at the end of the tree line on his right.
Okay.
And guys, I've just been told that this uptick in the rain is not a momentary thing. The radar does not look good.
Uh-oh.
Looks like we'll be getting wet for the rest of the championship here.
A momentary reprieve, but it's back at it.
Yeah, they got away with it for a few holes, and I'm sure it helped and hurt a few people here and there.
Big shot right here for Calvin.
Yeah, he really wants to get this one in there tight and just walk out of here with that birdie stress-free.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to have to work for it too hard on the putting green.
I wonder if he's going to attack with a forehand or maybe just play for a layup putt with the backhand.
Oh, man. I mean, from where he's at, it seems like the putter play would probably be optimal. You can just throw it straight through the tunnel. Know it's slightly understable and trying to burn it in there. There's
Maybe
a big middle gap
on
there.
it.
Just a little bit. Oh, he's going for the flick, so it feels like that window's not too staggered for him to pop something through there and aim at that blue pole over there.
I believe that's a star firebird.
That looks all right. It's got to get a good skip, though.
No. Oh.
That's not too bad. That's not too bad. He's about 6 paces off the bucket. You see the yellow stakes right there next to that disc. It's 3 paces off.
Okay.
He's well in the circle.
Great shot.
Yes, sir.
Alex Russell just not even trying to make the corner here.
No, he's playing this completely conservatively, just pitching it up there. Drifted out on him in a little bit, but I think he's just playing for his par now.
And Eagle, unfortunately, this is going to be heading in the wrong direction, you guys.
That's got to hook up so fast.
Oh, it just
No, what a
tickled.
terrible break again for Eagle McMahon, playing the safety shot.
The tree is his arch
And
nemesis out
he
here.
cannot believe it. And I'm right there with him.
Buddy.
He had the finish for it to finish away from the line, and the angle, excuse me, to finish away from the OB, and just gets caught up in those ginormous cypress.
And that's going to be that same terrible lie we keep seeing. The same thing Calvin was dealing with, Eagle the other day. Not a lot of good things happen when you go there.
I'm so surprised to see these guys take that shot when they could have easily just chipped up about 180 feet, blasted a big high spy Kaiser over the parking lot, just land safe if all you want to do is play for par. You're taking extra risk playing for that high left gap.
Oh, sure.
That's just my opinion. That's what I see when I'm playing this hole in these conditions is like you're so far away from that bottleneck on the left side. You can't really shape that shot from left to right to make the right side.
Unless you got some monster forehand.
Yeah, and if you end up left into the garbage, then you're still just chipping up, and then your fourth shot's really important.
And here are our hot rounds of the day. Paul Ulebar with that 9 down.
Good shoot.
In the clubhouse with that. Well done. Top 10 finish for him. See if that stays where it is. And Calvin Heimberg.
Give a shout out to Trevor Harbold turning around for his final round at USDGC. He was way at the back of the bus, pretty much the second card out, and he was so stoked to get here his first time qualifying. He's another one of these guys been playing since he's a youngster, 7, 8 years old.
Oh, cool.
You know what I mean? And big accomplishment for him to get his qualification and just be out here with us for this event.
Yeah. Another guy we got to film out in Pittsburgh, and a great dude.
And he's probably wearing dry shoes right now.
Yeah, he's all done.
Got in and out of here before this rain even hit.
Probably.
Big putt incoming here for Calvin. From experience, do you guys think this is clean?
Ish.
He's got to put a little shape on it, not too much. He's just got to veer around one and veer around the other. Just got to stay calm and focus on putting his hand in the target right now. Looks like that grip's getting to him again. Nicely done, Calvin.
Gosh.
Nicely done, Calvin.
Huge putt right there.
Pressure is just getting more and more intense as this goes along.
Man, not the battle we thought we were going to see today, but this is just a great battle.
I did not
you know?
see Calvin Heimberg coming back and being in a tie for the lead. Did not see that. That never crossed my mind today.
Yeah, the obvious choice is Paul. Everybody's thinking that.
We are.
But Calvin has a similar skill set, and he's showing it off right now.
He just took it straight at Paul in Jonesboro last week and went right past him in the final round.
That's right. Got him by a stick, right? Is this Eagle? So he went way back, you guys.
Interesting. He decided to
Is he going to go the other way around the tree?
He's going to do something crazy that only Eagle can do right here.
He's lining up a flick.
Oh, he is?
He's just trying to get himself into a better position for angle, but he can only do the same thing. I mean, he may as well just stood there and popped his sidearm around the corner.
Wait, did he go back like 100 feet?
Maybe he's trying to get onto the island. Looks like he is. That means he missed that tree and missed that curb, and he does.
Okay, great play.
Okay, so there's a couple of things that could have ruined that shot for him, and he sneaks by.
What do you think the thought is behind going 100 feet versus like 50 feet on that one? Angle or
angle,
power?
Absolutely, angle and being able to put a move on the disc. You know?
And he gives him room to power it and then let it break. Where early, if he tries to a disc doesn't go in a U-turn. Like you can't hook it hard and clear the road. Mm-hmm. So backing up allows him to throw like a penetrating shot.
Cool. And there is your top 10. Calvin Heimberg, Chris Dickerson tied at 31 down, guys. Here is Kyle Klein. He favored away from that OB tree and ended up in the natural OB, but not too deep. Looking at his third shot.
Looks like he's trying to stay on this side of the road, and he'll deal with getting his up and down from there. Mm-hmm. Inside about 200 feet from that spot.
Great play from him.
Mm-hmm. Look at that Alex Russell.
Yeah, he kind of
stepping into the tree line there.
He had similar results to Kyle there. They're both really shying away from that tree, which you can see why. It is really starting to pick up again, you guys.
It is. It's getting louder and louder on this patio as the moments go by. And
you can see it on your screen right now.
Yeah, we're lucky. We're staying dry, but these guys are going through it right now.
Alex just pitching up to the...
That's got to slow down. There you go, Alex.
Okay.
Good shot. Good shot.
Tack the basket from there and drop in for the par.
I'm getting hit by the rain again, but I'm in a comfortable chair, so it makes it a little easier.
Must be nice. Must be nice.
Who do I need to talk to about getting compensated for this terrible chair for 4 days? Well, I know where you guys are at. They're at that stone house. Don't make me come marching over there in this rain. You guys don't want that.
I heard they got you a gift card for a chiropractor.
Oh, did they? I get them a free massage envy tomorrow?
Yeah.
All right, cool. I'm down with that. Maybe they can hook me up with my local body worker, Tony Peters. That guy's amazing if you're from the area.
Yeah?
I got this whole crew of people looking out for me now, people that I can go to for services.
Uh-huh.
I got my barber around the corner at Good Hair, right over on Indian Hook. I got Tony, the body worker, up in Charlotte.
You've been here enough times, Philo, huh?
Yeah, 13 years in a row. I mean, you make friends, you make connections, that's for sure.
Chris Dickerson looking at his third shot. I know a chance for a birdie here, right? Or...
Ooh, you see that little muddy splash when he took that step? He had to reset. Felt that slip coming. Now he's got the water falling on his disc and have to reset.
No beagles today, just rain. He is attacking you guys. You like it, Philo?
So far, so good.
Oh! Oh!
Get out of here,
Are
Chris
you
Dickerson.
kidding me? It doesn't matter where that basket is on the island.
This
He's going to
dude
hit
is
it, man.
incredible, man. Chris
Sick.
Dickerson does stuff that just, wow, man. Do you think, I don't know if he was really trying to do that and snuff that in there, but this dude's like a sniper, man.
Wasn't it yesterday that he hit the
Yeah,
basket?
I'm saying.
he was
He
in
did the
the
same thing
bush,
yesterday.
exactly. He was way out of position. Uh-oh, this is a big play right here. Calvin Vinny.
On 16.
Got to get this one in there tight.
Ooh, it looks
Don't
nice.
drift. There we go. That's looking real good.
Miss stuff.
Real good.
Ooh, Calvin
Mark
Heinberg, you guys.
Job City.
Oh, my goodness.
And then to follow that up, and these guys have no idea that either of them just pulled off some really
the
amazing disc golf stuff. That almost stuffed it.
That might have
That
been
hit band
out the-
chain.
That might have been out the back.
Yeah.
That hit band chain and it just wouldn't, not enough of the disc into the basket. But wow, what a shot. This is turning out to be one of those epic battles, man. These guys might be heading to a playoff. You just never know. This could be a repeat of the 01 USDGC, the epic battle between Barry and Climo. What a story that was.
How many times how many playoff holes?
9.
9? I want to say it's 9, right? Yeah.
I heard that Barry got it on the 8th hole. They were on their third loop
Maybe
and he took
that
it
is
on the
it.
second.
Okay.
They were on their third loop, and the second hole of the third loop, Kenny goes OB. I hear it was on 18. Barry can lay up and win by the stroke. And Barry was mashing that shot way up the hill on 18 every time.
Really?
Yeah, we had a long talk about it, actually, and he was like, I thought it was a Valkyrie, and he was like, no, it was a beast. I was like, all right, see, this is why I'm calling you, friend. I need these little tidbits. This is a good story here.
The man's got his name on that disc.
No doubt. Well earned, too.
Oh, you know it. Eagle McMahon. Long bid here.
Get in there.
Ooh.
Just a hair short.
Yep.
Got online for a second.
Now that's going to be another over par hole for our friend Eagle McMahon. That OB stroke on his second shot. And Chris goes for a drop-in birdie here after the near eagle.
They're still tied. Benny's got that 3.5 long minute walk up to 17, and this is going to be the biggest shot of the day for him.
They're starting to build a little cushion here between the cards, too.
Oh, yeah. It's a two-man race at this point. You got to imagine he's already made his big mistake for the day, taking his triple bogey and a uncharacteristic low, not touching anything putt from Kyle Klein.
And just let go a little
It's
early.
the rain, man. The rain is coming down. These guys are soggy. They're probably getting a little chilly out there. You don't see any of them with a rain jacket on, minus Eagle. You know, it's hard to maintain that body heat when you're getting rained on like that.
I don't even know if Kyle missed a putt yesterday.
Well, he kept everything inside circle one for the most part, so.
Yeah, 12 inside the circle putts for birdie.
All of them are in that 27-foot range.
Good putt by Alex right there.
I don't know how I feel about that, Nate. This guy just had a milkshake delivered to him.
I didn't even know.
When you treat Thomas Gilbert nice, he treats you nice too, you know?
I didn't even know.
What you trying to say, Mr.
Hey,
Thomas
whoa.
Gilbert?
Hey. It'll work for me.
Good chair and the milkshake.
Bit of good
Are we
fortune,
thinking about
maybe?
going on strike, Philo?
I'm getting close, man. I'm getting close, man. I'll pick my bone later. See what I'm saying?
all
Look at
good.
this guy. He's got the
It's all
umbrella,
good.
the comfy chair, the milkshake.
You know, he
man.
earned it with that championship back in
US
17.
champ.
Yeah,
US champ.
That's how they treat him out here, Philo.
All right, I'll give him that. He's got the ring.
32 down, 6 clear of the field. Paulson in third place right now. Headed into 18. Although, Chris will get him right here, right? Or is he third? Oh, he finished already.
Yeah, they both finished their hole.
Yeah.
Calvin made his birdie on 16. He's taking the walk up to 17 right now, trying to stay out of his own way, stay from inside of his own head, and keep that mind clear, focus on one thing only.
Talk about this tough stick of a backhand hole, Philo.
It's pretty tough. I mean, you have to have exceptional touch and speed control, angle control to really control the finish of the disc on this hole. And it's not any easier with the conditions, so I mean, you can play it out wide with a big swooping hyzer. You can play down the middle with the mid-range and get less of a finish and try to snuggle up on that basket and have a tap in. But man, one little miss on an angle here and there and you're sailing into the hazard or way out of position to make any opportunity at birdie putt.
And Calvin on the most anxiety-ridden walk-in disc golf.
Absolutely. This is the one that got to stay calm, stay focused on what you want to do. Take a couple big deep breaths before you get up there to the tee pad. Have your mind made up on what you want.
This is some of the toughest conditions we've ever seen. I don't know if wetter players have ever walked up to 17. I mean, they've endured a lot.
Yeah.
And now to get there, see how that wind is swirling, but some of the toughest conditions I can imagine for needing to have a confident grip and a nice speed control shot into just a little postage stamp green.
Yes, sir. I'm looking over my shoulder at the green of 17, and those flags are moving a bit. They're not pushing super hard, but they're moving, and any wind on that hole really makes it a little daunting, Like you're more comfortable stepping up there, and there's nothing moving on the flags, and you're like, all right, all I got to do is shape my shot.
Yeah.
That wind starts pushing 7-10 miles an hour, and all that changes, and you really got to pay attention to detail and really shape your shot perfectly to stay safe.
And I think as good as Chris Dickerson is, I really think Calvin needs birdie on 17.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He's got a birdie out to put the pressure on him.
Shout out to my man Corey Merlot over there. He was looking soaking wet, and he's giving up the body for that beautiful slow-mo for you guys. Chris going mid again. I think that's his M3.
Safety first.
You like it?
I like the line. I'm not sure if he's got the D. He's going to need to push a little bit through that grass. No, he's outside circle one. A bit of a death putt. Decision time.
That's almost the same spot as
Decision
Calvin.
time.
Maybe a little closer, but not much.
It's decision time for Chris, I mean, that's a big risk to take. We saw what happened to Vinny.
What are you guys doing in Chris's shoes right now?
I'm kind of hoping Calvin's tee shot on 17 happens
You
first.
waiting for that one first?
I'd love to hear that news before
That's
I
a
make my
veteran play,
decision.
Nate. I like that.
That's a savvy move right there.
Didn't even think of that as an option. Alex Russell. I think that's a rock.
That's a little bit low, and he's running the risk of okay, good thing that didn't have any more angle. That could have gone really bad.
He's been throwing great forehands on this hole.
Yeah.
We've seen their game plan change due to the wetness.
Maybe his grip's wearing out or something, He's trying to conserve what he can.
Here's a cloud breaker from Eagle. Playing that big forehand hyzer. Huge shout out to all our camera ops out there enduring this. Absolute warriors. Big shot for Eagle. That looked high.
Sawed off, yeah. Way sawed off. Never gave it a chance and almost risking OB deep on that one.
Dang.
No birdie attempt from Eagle out of that shot, that's for sure. There's no reason for him to at this point.
Kyle Klein. Whoa.
Taking the wide spiking hyzer, it's got to hustle up.
That was really wide.
Yeah.
There's a
hung
par.
it out there. Yeah, it's a par. He just hung it out there too much. If he was playing to get aggressive for the birdie, it needed to be a bit more inside on the release, right on the back edge of that oleander, or that magnolia rather.
Oh, here it is, guys.
Here we go.
We're gonna get to see Calvin's stride before Chris's putt.
Man, this is good TV right here.
I believe that's a Star Firebird on Calvin's hands. Yes, it is.
Playing for safety.
He's hitting Kenny.
It's got to get up. It's got to get up.
Oh no. Oh man, to put together a round like that and then have that happen on 17. Heartbreaking, man.
And wow, even going for the safe play.
Yeah.
Just didn't give it enough gas.
I mean, 4's not out of the realm. It's possible
maybe
now.
he was going for like a 50-50 ball on that, where he kind of gave himself a chance for the 2, but trying to play it a bit wider, just came up a bunch short, in my opinion.
If you're trying to play safe, that was a bunch short.
This one looks a little better, but yeah, I mean, such a heartbreaker for Vinny. Now he's got to hope that Chris Dickerson makes the same mistakes. You know, like that's all he can hope for at this point. I mean, he's got one more hole to play.
And it's not an easy birdie hole.
Oh, for him, it's I think it is for Vinny. He can, you know, pick that hole apart and make himself a birdie and keep the hope alive. But you know, it's really out of his hands at this point. This needs to settle down. That needs to settle down.
Oh my goodness, that's good.
Yeah, barely.
Long putt though.
He's gonna have a tester coming back up the hill there. He doesn't like it.
Kind of thought maybe we'd see like a gator upshot from Alex.
Surprised that scorecard's holding together at all in these conditions. No plastic bags out there. Just try to get that disc dry and get ready for a putt.
So let's see if Chris checked U-disc. You know, he might not know. Might still think he needs to make it.
We'll see. I mean, that's where being a smart player and using what's available to you to your advantage comes into play here. Back in the day of the Kenny and, you know, Barry battle, they didn't have live scoring. You know, and actually that round, Barry had to birdie the last 6 holes to push the playoff. And there was no way for Climo to know that.
Wow.
You know what I mean? All of a sudden he comes in thinking, oh, I got this thing under wraps. And, oh, by the way, head on over to hole 17 and start your playoff.
Barry just shredded. All right, Chris should be up next. Here we are.
Somebody needs to get those guys some microfiber towels or something. Looks like they're using brown paper towels trying to keep things dry.
It's a tough task out there. He's got to lay this up, right?
He's taking a stab at it.
You don't check the grass when you're laying up, do you?
He's taking a stab at it. I mean, unless if he changes his mind right at the last second and goes, I made you think I was. He's going through his routine. This is a huge putt right here. That's got to sit. Don't pop up and roll. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
No harm, no foul.
That could have been like one of those Seve moments in you know, golf history. I don't know if you know that story in regular golf, where he said, "I should have hit the wedge." You know what I mean? He had the championship, and he tried to do too much, and it slips away from him. And that could have been one of those moments. And thankfully, that thing checked up and sat down for him.
That one guy, that French guy Jean Van de Velde. Remember that one from the water? Ugh. Just throwing it away.
Just gotta play smart. Gotta know what's going on around you. This is a huge putt for Vinny right now.
100% run.
He's got to connect with this one to keep the dream alive and make birdie on 18 to stick around. Oh, you've got it. Don't you dare.
No
Don't
way.
Dare.
Oh my God.
That is the most disgusting thing I think I've ever seen in disc golf.
Pardon me on that, but oh my goodness.
That's got to be the most disgusting break I think I've ever seen on this hole. As far as a putt, hit, bounce, roll in the water. That thing was halfway in the hole.
It really
that thing was
like
halfway in the hole.
And he's going to have to re-putt.
Oh, he is, isn't he?
Look at the guys on the card, and they all know it too.
Man, they're all pulling for him so hard.
He's got 2 teammates on his card, and Zach Johnson and Ricky Wysocki.
Nathan Queen is.
Oh, yeah, that's an all-in of a card.
It's an all-in of a card, yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, that got greasy.
Oh, is this the re-putt now?
Oh, it is. All right.
Wow. That's pretty much it now.
It's going to get a 7?
I don't think he can recover from that. I mean, Chris Dickerson's going to have to do something similar or worse.
He's going to have to blow up on 17. That's all there is, man.
He's going to have to go bogey or worse on 16 or miss the triple Mando on 15. Like, there's some things that really got to happen in order for Calvin here to have a chance to maybe force a playoff or something like that.
Yeah.
It's so different for Chris, though. The situation Chris is going to face 17 with, totally different than what Calvin.
There's a layup, right? Like, is that?
He could, but I think the
he's got
easier
the
layup
option.
is the forehand. He's going to play the forehand way to the
throw
right.
Way to the right over there where Rick's at, or inside of that, just a hair, and just pitch up and take your 3 and play for par on the last hole and walk out of here a champion.
That's Zach helping Calvin out there.
Bummer, man. What a bummer.
Man, I thought that was in, man. And there is your. Oh, wow. All of a sudden.
Unbelievable.
He just got USDGC'd.
Yes, he did. I mean, that's Johnny McRae, take 2.
Mm-hmm.
He's right there. He climbed his way all the way back from the depths of you-know-what and got there, took the lead.
Well,
and then that happens.
Our lead card still has to play this hole,
Well, Chris has got to make his way through this triple Mando here. Get safe. First thing, first priority. He could just lay this thing up if he wanted to.
Yeah.
Just chuck his putter 200 feet, swing a big hyzer, even if he makes bogey on this hole. He's got to know the situation now. He's got to know where he's at. It's really in his hands now.
Yeah, it's his to lose.
It's his tournament to lose at this point.
The day started that way, and it looks like it's going to end that way.
It's felt like 2 different days, the beginning and the end, and that middle, man. Wow. That middle got crazy.
I can't believe what I just saw with Vinny's putt.
Yeah.
That was just a terrible, terrible break. Yep. I feel for you, buddy.
See that exasperation.
I feel for you, my buddy.
Man.
Such a cool cat, such a good dude, and
Yeah.
you just hate to see just disgusting things like that happen to guys like Vinny. And he's looking right now. He knows it. Like,
Yeah.
Chris is going to have to lose this tournament for me to have a chance to push it to a playoff or better.
Yeah, not a bad bone in that guy's body.
No, he's a class act through and through.
All right, Dickerson on the box of 15. Triple Mando in front of him.
You saw what happened yesterday. He tugged on that thing a little bit and got greasy, and
He did.
knocked the Mando tree, so he's got to buckle down. He's going to push his way through there. Don't get a little nervous and make a mistake here.
He's been going with that FX2 and looks like it's still in his hands.
You can see that intensity in his eyes right now.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy, what did I tell you, man? That's got to stop. Stop.
Oh, did it go?
Drop zone.
Oh my gosh.
So here's the best possible scenario for Vinny now.
Wow.
The roller coaster continues.
This
oh
round
my
is
goodness.
insane, you guys.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Such
Vinny's
a fun watch.
got a birdie hole 18 now. He's got a birdie. There's not an easy par there from the drop zone. It's doable, but it's not easy.
Eagle
That's a
with the
pipe
PD.
job right there, if I've ever seen one. Gonna push long, have the bigger gap. He can go backhand with the putter, sidearm with
That's
the
a
driver.
nice luxury.
He's in a good spot.
Kyle, that looks like a cloud breaker.
There's a nicely shaped shot. Just
Yeah, that
gotta
was
stay
really
a little
good.
straight. Don't hook up too fast. Beautiful shot by the young man.
Nice.
Beautiful shot. He's in a beautiful spot over there on that left side fairway. Have an option getting into the green.
Alex Russell up next. Looks like his Thunderbird.
That's got to stay straight, and it does. He'll make the Mando. We'll just see if he gets... Oh,
Oh,
he
did he?
ran into the Mando. That looked like he was blowing
I was
past
with
it.
you on that one. Yeah, it looked like it was well clear.
Oh, he's going to be playing for par from there. He hasn't missed the mandatory yet. I don't think he's crossed the line. So it looks like he'll be able to try to throw some kind of forehand roller or something. And another look at Calvin on hole 18. I'm sure he knows how important this is. And if he just saw what happened to Chris Dickerson on hole 15, maybe that gives him a little more hope. He knows he's got to make his birdie here and give himself an outside chance at winning this championship.
It's likely Chris will give him one on 15.
Yeah, I feel like we're watching a really intense, high-stakes poker match where we're waiting for that river card or something, you know what I mean? And like,
That's a great way to put it, Philo.
there's a lot at stake.
Pretty sure that is the eagle from Calvin, though. Right?
Yes.
That looks like an eagle. He's pushing it.
Oh my
He's pushing it. That's got us level off and burn out.
That's
excellent.
Fantastic.
So he's 300 feet, under 300 feet to that big mature tree that's at the top of the hill where the disc needs to break. That should be a really comfortable shot. I know he's still heated on that 7 he just took, but be heated after the fact, man. Stay focused for 2 more shots, man. You need 1 good shot onto the green, give yourself a chance to make a birdie, and then walk off and worry about whatever can happen afterwards.
I think Chris has a decent chance to save par. The drop zone is more forgiving than it has been.
It is.
But it's still going to take a nice shot.
I'm not saying he doesn't have any chance of making the par. I'm just saying it's not a gimme.
Not at all.
It's not a gimme. It's not like, oh, there's a ton of space. I can make this work like some of the other holes.
Yeah.
This is pinched off. He's going to have to fire through a really narrow gap. He's got a lot of holly bush to navigate. It's going to be interesting.
So he's getting his footing with respect to the Mando.
So exactly, he can't straddle into the fairway. He's got to keep his...
Chris, what a gentleman, man.
It's like, no, you get this much space.
You know? Yeah.
Yeah, I see that too out of Chris. I mean, this just shows you the kind of competitor he is. I mean, he's in the middle of one of the most important moments of his career.
And he's right there in the mix.
He's over here helping Alex out.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Let me make sure you got to understand the rules, buddy, and give you a good legal stance.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something Barry spoke on when I had that conversation with him, the sportsmanship, and he will be the first to admit that everything between he and the champ wasn't always, you know, copacetic and chill, you know, but that sportsmanship and the respect amongst players, you know, we're out here officiating ourselves, and it's super important that you don't take it personal.
That's a really unique aspect of disc golf, that self-officiating.
Yeah, and you just don't let it get personal. When guys are trying to make ruling calls, you know, like, we're trying to have integrity out here. You know,
yeah,
respect
trying to
the game.
Win the right way.
Absolutely. And just Dickerson walking over there in that moment just shows the level of sportsmanship. You know, respect that he has for his fellow player to go over there and take that moment.
He could easily be, going over to that Mando.
He could be 500 feet away right now. You know what I mean? Just worried about his own thing. And here's the shot we're talking about. He's got to pipe this early gap right here. You can see the holly bushes in the background. He definitely wants to get more left than what you can see right now. If he tries to challenge those hollies, it could go anywhere. It's like a Plinko machine in there.
That's a great way to put it.
I think the best shot here will look kind of sawed off. It should move left pretty quickly.
We'll see how this finishes.
Did he push it too far?
No. Ooh, he went all the way through. Now he's on the backside. There's some hazard back there. There's a little bit of danger if he went too far. He's going to have to hope that he stayed within circle 1 and not have to navigate through too much, but that was an incredible break to fight through all that stuff.
Yeah, absolutely
Don't
improbable.
typically see that.
No, usually someone's catching something real early going in there.
That might be one of those championship breaks right there.
We'll see what that comebacker looks like, though.
Yeah, we'll just see how it unravels. I mean, Vinny's in primetime spot on 18. He's going to be walking up to his lie here in just a minute. I can actually look off into the fairway right now behind me and kind of get a glimpse of what's going on.
As our lead card walks down to the rest of their lies on 15.
Yeah, Zach Johnson just made his play. Ricky Wysocki's lining up his second.
Has Calvin gone yet?
No, Calvin's not gone. He's up by the stump.
Getting a look at Eagle's lie here for his second shot after a fantastic drive. In great position to attack this guarded green. Eagle reaching for that MD5, a really overstable mid-range. Gonna try to swing it out wide and go into that nice side of the green. Is that wide, Philo?
That's a bit wide. That's going to need a big skip to get inside circle 1, and it looks like he did, and he should be pretty good from there.
Oh, that was great. Nice.
Was it?
Well done from Mr. McMahon.
Perfect, but he's solid. He's in there. He's got an opportunity. You know, Eagles still got a chance to
move up a little bit.
He's still got holes to play, and almost everybody's in at this point. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the only group on the course is right behind us, right on 18, correct?
Second card, right?
Yeah. Alex. This will be his
top 10. Eagle is, and could tie double G for third with this birdie.
Nice. Alex going to the Gator 3 here. We're going to take a look at Calvin on 18.
Calvin taking one last look. Knows this is an important play right here. That big tree in the back of the screen there, that big mature oak, is about 300 feet away from where he is right now.
Is that a mid-range?
Oh, that's got to turn. That's got to turn and slide. Turn and slide. Atta boy,
Oh,
Vinny. What
buddy.
a play.
He's good for those,
He's
Philo.
inside circle 1. There you go. Give him some knuckles, Zach. Show
Zach's
some
been a
respect
great
to
guy
that
out
man.
there.
He worked hard today. He's got a chance still. It's not over.
So he should be getting one more stroke under par here with a good putt.
There's a nice entrance into the green there inside the bullseye. That's a rarity on this hole.
Sure is. Great upshot. Looking at this dreary day out in Winthrop. It's wet, but it's still pretty out there. Chris with his 4-stroke lead over Calvin. It's going to shrink to 3 here in a second, Philo. So 17's, it's still in play, man.
Could shrink even more if Chris should miss that putt, if he's obstructed or
That's
has an
right.
odd stance or something doesn't line up right for him. Maybe some water drips on his finger right when he putts. You never know. I mean, there's a lot of things that could still happen. He's still got 3 challenging holes to play.
He does. Could be 4, could turn to 2 in a minute. Ricky Wysocki now.
Hopping up the board. I mean, look at the score, man. He's only 3 down, and look how far. I mean, he's back up in the top 3 for a podium finish. Nathan Queen right there with him. They're trying to finish up.
Yeah, they're both on 17 right now. Or sorry, 18 right now together. Along with Calvin.
Oh, Nathan Queen's going to be falling off. He's putting for a triple bogey from circle 2.
Oh, no.
Ricky Wysocki, on the other hand, could solidify his spot in 3rd place. He's putting from circle 1.
Dickerson. This is going to be to save par. Improbable after that Mando miss.
What did I say, man?
There it was.
What did I say? You just never know. Right when you think and you take things for granted and you think, oh, this guy makes it all the time.
God.
The unlikely happens.
Is
Now
there
he's
a more
giving up 2 strokes.
exciting tournament to watch than this one, man?
Man, this has been one of, I've never seen it from this perspective before. I'm always out there on the course.
Yeah.
I've never sat out a tournament. I've never dropped out of a tournament. Every tournament I show up to, I'm playing. And this is a completely different perspective to watch this drama unravel. Even when I'm in the tournament, I don't typically follow the guys. You won't
Yeah,
really
you're focused
see
on
me
your
on
own
camera
game,
hanging
right?
out
Yeah.
watching. I'm done. I'm out of there. You know, I'll watch live scoring in the car or something. You know, but this is unreal. The drama that's unfolding out here today is like, I'm standing up again. You guys are sitting down. I'm pacing around like, what's going to happen? I can't imagine what the people at home are doing. I mean, if you're a Calvin fan, you're probably super excited. If you're a Chris Dickerson fan, you're
You got to be so nervous right now.
yelling and screaming, hold on, buddy, you know, and they're from, you know, right here in the southeast, you know,
Yeah.
this is their backyard.
Hey, see that Tennessee on his shirt yesterday.
Woo, yes, he did.
If you're just a fan of great disc golf, you're celebrating right now because
Here's
this has
that
been
putt
incredible.
for Vinny. This is at 5 or 6 paces, maybe. It looks like a death putt. It's downhill. Get that thing in the chains. Add a little pressure to the leader here.
The world owes him one after 17, I feel like. This has got to go in.
There it is.
Yes, sir.
Very nice.
What a round for Calvin. I mean, he had some struggles there in the middle. Wow, what a way to finish, you know what I mean? To gather his composure after that blow up on 17, the landmine on his scorecard. Turn right around, knew how important it was to birdie 18, put that eagle in position, got up and down. I mean, hats off to Calvin for, he's been a warrior all season long.
He's been in the mix on almost every tournament, it feels like, right?
Season long. I mean, he's got to be in the conversation for Player of the Year.
That's what I said when we interviewed him the other day. It's him or Paul.
Yeah.
The Players of the Year. I mean, he could easily, and this is going to matter right here.
Oh, yeah.
Podium finish right here is going to impact those standings.
Absolutely.
Still shooting 7 under.
All you can do is walk away and think of what it could have been had hole 17
Gone any
not
way
been
different.
squarely in the patootie, you know. And
All right.
we got 3 holes to play. Now all energy is here. All focus is here on the lead card. It's like we said, it's Chris Dickerson's event to lose. He's got to hold it down, make smart plays, understand where he is on the leaderboard. It's a 2-stroke game. We're at hole 16, 391 feet downhill. He's been playing that inside line with mid-range.
Yeah, mid 3, yeah.
Which is a smart play. It keeps him out of trouble. He has had one awesome break, bouncing off that middle, that tree right there.
Keeping him
leaning.
out of the hazard.
That could have cost him an extra 1 or 2. And
Yep.
This should be the last hole that Chris Dickerson tries to birdie. If he can come through here, make birdie,
Right.
he can take his foot off the gas, come in par.
No, I gotta do better.
Not that that's easy in the rain with
I gotta do
17
better.
the way it's playing, and even 18. There's rollaways to be had.
the
But
only good thing about what's happening on 17 right now is there's no wind. That's the only good thing on 17 right now. It is wet, it's soggy.
There's your your women's national champion, Paige Pierce.
Paige
Congrats
Pierce.
to her on that. You know,
Congratulations,
Man,
Paige Pierce.
she was at a loss for words after her win. She was
Adding
really
another
excited.
title to her amazing resume.
That resume is ridiculous. Is she the GOAT yet?
gosh, it's close.
I mean, her, Val,
Juliana,
Dez,
but who's got the most world
Elaine
titles?
King. I mean,
They've
there's
only
some.
got 5, right? Juliana has 5. Paige
And
has
Paige.
5.
That's it.
Does Elaine have 5?
That's it.
No.
No.
And here is Calvin in the clubhouse, adding it up. He's going to wait and see what happens with Chris. He's done his job, though. Yeah, it's
Now
the
the
waiting
waiting game, yeah. I mean, he's done his job. He did everything he could do today. Put himself in position, was in the lead, you know, let it slip through his fingers, and now he's just got to sit back and see what happens with Chris Dickerson.
I got to think he's just verifying, double-checking what exactly did I get on hole 17? What number was that?
Yeah, probably.
Just to make sure.
Absolutely. Add that scorecard up correctly. Don't get any unnecessary strokes for infractions on the scorecard.
Got an umbrella phalanx over there. Guarding him from the rain. Getting ready to throw on 16.
I am so anxious right now. You have no idea. It's the same feeling I get when I step onto the disc golf course at hole 1, you know, just like the tingles are going through me right now.
And for all intents and purposes, this is kind of a peninsula green surrounded by hazard. Eagle's throwing that cloud breaker on that
Yeah,
forehand
looked a little
line.
shallow, maybe. Yep,
Yeah.
just a hair.
Clean putt, though.
He's okay. He's going to have a clean putt, and there's our most enthusiastic spotter of the event.
Big Germ's coming in clutch, and he says Elaine King does have 5 world titles.
There we
that's
go.
my
We
man,
don't-
Big
we
Germ
don't-
over there.
I brought the name up. I wasn't sure on the. Uh-oh.
That's our fault.
Uh-oh. Kid's going to need some help there. Woo! There he is. There's the flag. Oh, look at that. Getting some help from a friend.
That's teamwork right there.
Teamwork making the dream work.
Called it.
That is the story of this championship, I tell you what.
It's Chris getting ready to throw here. Could he even just play this one for par? Like, is that a thought he's maybe thinking about?
Alex is hopping up on the tee next.
Or do you
all
try to build a
depends.
cushion for 17?
I think it all depends how his grip feels. If his grip
That's
feels good, there's no
gotta
reason
get a
not to
tree.
just go for it.
Yeah, that's a
Or get
Thunderbird.
really overstable, get back. Come on, come on, come on. You see the spotter trying to help it out. And he'll be over there in the hazard, playing for 3 from there. Oh, here's a big
All right.
shot right now.
Here is the man, Chris Dickerson. He's sticking to the game plan. That's something different, but looks like a mid.
He'd been going mid, and this one looks like it's going to slide a little bit more. That's a great line. It's not going to fade OB. He's a ways away from the basket, so like Nate said, this is his last chance really to get aggressive if he were. That did not look very aggressive to me.
It didn't, no.
So here we go, hole 17. You know, he's got to land safe to really lock this thing down.
That might have even been a putter off the tee there.
Probably. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
And it is coming down again out here, you guys. You can see in the lake. There are your scores with 2 holes left to go for our lead card. Chris Dickerson little too short cushion, but you want more going into 17.
Yeah, you do.
You want about 8. I feel like.
As many as you can possibly gather.
Our lead card approaching our lies on 18 here in a little bit. And as they're approaching our lies, we'll pop in here with Nate and Calvin. Hit it, Nate.
Hey, Calvin, what a push out there, man, in terrible conditions. We could not believe your scores coming in. Reminiscent of Dynamic Discs Open, where you were just blitzing the field. How are you doing that in this rain?
I don't know, just going out there and throwing, keeping my disc dry, and just kind of making sure to play shots on the safer side when I could, and then, you know, take my aggressive shots when I wanted to be aggressive, and it paid off for the most part. Kind of struggled there at the end.
Well, obviously brutal on 17, but a great way to push back on 18. I don't want to take too much of your time because it's not over yet, man. You're still in this hunt, and you got to go over there and see what happens. But congratulations on a great push and just a valiant effort out there.
Thank you.
Well, you saw Chris Dickerson laying up that bid from 70 feet or so, making sure he gets his par on this hole. And then the longest walk in disc golf. After that tap in, he'll have 3.5 minutes to walk up the hill.
Longest walk and the scariest shot.
Think about what he's going to do, how he's going to attack hole 17, and this is going to make the difference. This is the tournament right here.
It is.
Hole 17, this is the tournament. We've seen it happen where Johnny McRae happens and you're in the driver's seat coming into 2 holes to play and take a big number. Watch the dream slip away.
He could maybe still win with 1 island miss, I feel like.
That's a maybe.
A maybe.
I say it goes to a playoff.
If he misses the island once?
I think so. Kyle from way out there. That's got to settle down, and that's going to be an awkward putt. Losing the hat. Alex
might still be out. Oh, it's Alex. There you go.
Yeah, he's in the hazard over there by the guy with the umbrella. Or he is the guy with the umbrella. Unless if he's already made his play. Now we're waiting on Eagle to take his birdie putt.
Oh, I think you're right. Yeah, that's Alex.
Looks like there's two discs by the basket, and
Eagle's.
Kyle's is out to the right of the screen here, and this is Eagle putting for his 2. Trying to find his way into a podium finish here with a strong ending.
Yeah. Every stroke gets you more money. Might as well try.
Not just the money, I mean...
Prestige, for sure.
Prestige. Feels better to say 3rd than 5th. Especially for where he was throughout this tournament, you know?
Oh, yeah. He was firmly in the mix for quite a while.
Chastity band.
Left a little right there.
He looked a bit closer than it looked on camera from the other angle. Maybe right on circle 1. Yeah, there's the white stake right there sticking out of the ground right outside circle 1. Kind of a putt we've seen Eagle make over and over again throughout the course of this event. And that one couldn't connect for him. Now the youngster out of Michigan, the Next Gen Tour winner, lining up his putt here, trying to get his hands dry, find a dry putt or something.
We've seen this guy for a while.
Absolutely. He's got a bright, bright future ahead of him. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with. He already is.
The 3rd Crush brother.
There's another one of those low releases. Got to imagine the grip is getting to him. His hands are soggy. Something.
Probably cold, you know.
Cold. Doesn't have a rain jacket on. He's wearing shorts.
Cold, wet fingers.
And friend of the show, Big Germ, coming in with another mildly interesting statistic.
Let's hear it.
That is that Ricky Wysocki with PDGA number 38,008. That's the highest PDGA number ever to win a professional major. So were Chris Dickerson to come through here, 62,467 would be nearly 30,000 members higher than Ricky and be by far the new highest PDGA member to ever win a professional major tournament.
That's cool stuff from Big Germ.
How about the membership drive? Not membership drive, but like the number of active players this year reaching an all-time high. That's all you people at home. It's not us out here on the course, not the pro scene. That's you amateurs and all the divisions across the board showing up, getting your PDGA memberships, being a part of history, being a part of this sport, the pioneering of disc golf. We're still infants in the world of sports.
Yeah.
You know, we still have a long way to go, and the more people we attract, the bigger this sport gets. You know, you want to get in early. We're over 130 some odd thousand members now or something like that. We're at a big number.
When I joined,
a long way to go.
When I joined Reddit Disc Golf, it had 250 members. It just crossed 100,000.
Wow.
Yeah. It is
It's
blowing
amazing.
up, man.
I mean, look at a guy like Simon, 100,000 followers.
Yeah. Yep.
That's huge.
Sport is blowing up in the best way possible. All right.
Sure is cool to be a part of it, that's for sure.
Yeah, it is. That's fantastic. There is Chris with his 2-stroke lead coming into 17. Rick sitting in third, and
back live in studio, yeah, we're just watching this unravel. I mean, these guys got that long walk up 17, try to deal with their nerves, especially Chris. This is the most important shot of the tournament right here.
Yeah, it is. And then 18's no slouch either, Philo.
It's not. It's a bit less dangerous. I mean, I think the nerves off the tee of 18 are a little less than 17. I mean, quite a bit less, especially if Chris can get past 17 with a par, then the pressure's off on hole 18. He can lay up, play for bogey, and win the tournament. You know, he doesn't have to do anything special.
Yeah.
So this next shot for Chris Dickerson is really going to tell the story of 2020 USDGC.
Check out some Calvin and Dickerson highlights here. Here is Calvin on 16 with
absolutely buttered this shot. I mean, you could not have thrown it better than that in the situation.
That's ridiculous.
I don't know how many people. I mean, there's a handful of guys that are throwing that shot at this point in the tournament.
Calvin's got that X factor, and this
was the shot. This has to be considered shot of the day. I mean,
what do you think that was going parking lot without hitting the basket?
It's very close. I mean, that would have been close. It's only what 28 feet to the edge, and that
you
thing
don't
was moving.
advance in
and
that situation.
Over
you do not
it's an island
advance.
green, right? So he's got to play from last in bounds, throw again.
And there's that
the
big putt
miscue
on
there
15.
Yep.
And then this, for Calvin, heartbreaking.
This is going to be a nightmare for him for a while if he doesn't get an opportunity to go into a playoff, or if he should lose this tournament.
But he came right back on 18 and did this.
That's clutch. You want to talk about clutch. And when he needed it most, he needed to make a play. I said that he's got to birdie 18 if he's going to have a chance. That shot and this putt right here, boom, right over the rim.
And just think about how the complexion of all this changes if he just doesn't roll in the water.
Yeah.
Just sit down,
He's tied again.
It's tied.
That's 2 strokes, right?
And it's
3,
tied.
wasn't that?
Because it take another penalty, then he misses, then he taps.
That's a tap, so that's 3 sticks.
Wow.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, it changes everything. Now Chris is like, oh, and then his knees might start knocking a little bit more than just the pressure of what this moment is as it is. You know what I mean? Like,
I guess it's 2 because either way he's got a tap.
He's got a tap.
So it's a 5 or a 7.
Yeah.
So it would be tied if that had just sat down.
All right, good fix there. Good fix. Wow.
18 in our leaderboard. Eagle sitting a tie for 4th. Could make a move on 17 or 18.
He surely could.
Get some solo
Everybody
possession.
else is in the house, you know what I mean? Everybody else is watching on their U-Disc and trying to figure out where the final placing is going to be. How much cash did they earn this week? What does this mean for their sponsorships?
Yeah.
You know, all those questions. I mean, you see a bunch of guys got some great reputations, but a guy like Alex Russell, you know what I mean? This is big for him, you know what I mean? Top 10 finished at the USDGC, and all those guys will be exempt from next season.
That's a fun feeling going into next year, right?
Absolutely.
You had that one.
I gave it up this year to come hang out with you guys and bring the story to the fans, you know, and it's been a treat, you know. It's been awesome to get all the feedback and the positive comments and constructive criticism that helped make the show a little better. And you know, we're all just trying to do the best we can out here, you know what I mean? We want to bring disc golf in its best light and show the best competition and have the best people for the jobs and all assets of this game all around.
It's been a fun watch there. Nate, do you get lifetime exemption for that win?
You sure do, and that's at stake for Chris right now. I mean, I don't know how long the lifetime thing will last, but for now, it's lifetime exemption. It's a total upgrade in your standing with your sponsors and in the sport from no majors to a major champion. A lot on the line here.
Life-changing event.
I bet you Chris Dickerson's going to be on everybody's pick six, list from now on if he takes this one down, and that could still be no, there's the line. That's just the that yellow line is not playing in bounds. That's out.
Oh, it's not.
No, it's the line on the ground on the edge about
okay, gotcha.
14, 15 inches. That yellow line is a electrical cord, some kind of communications fiber optic cable.
There we go. That was Eagle's MD5. It looks like he's got an FD3 now.
Well, that just kind of wasted his chance for third place.
That might be a mid, too. Yeah, it really did. He kind of needed that birdie finish, or at least one birdie to tie for it.
Birdie par finish. There's the play that he needed to ensure his par.
Now he's got a 4 or a 5 finish, or on 17 anyway.
What a roller coaster for Eagle.
Yeah.
That guy was all over the leaderboard.
He played like 2.5 impeccable rounds.
Here we go.
All right, here's the shot we've all been waiting for. This is the one that means the most right now.
I've been thinking about this shot for an hour at least.
Yes, you have. So has he. So have we all.
I think he's going to that A3 again.
This has got to land safe.
Yep, that's it.
He looks like he put a move on it.
That looks firm.
Nice and firm. Get over that bail. Goodness gracious.
Goodness.
Great shot.
That looked like it was about a half an inch from hitting that hay
I think
bale.
he hit the top of him, didn't he, on the way in?
Doesn't matter now.
It doesn't matter now.
He's in.
He's safe. He can take a big sigh of relief.
Let's see if we can see it come out.
Not really.
He was already calm somehow.
He still needs bogey on the last hole, so I don't think we'll see him smile just yet. But get that tee shot inbounds on 18, and you can probably start
seeing the
to
joy
relax.
and the elation coming onto his face for sure.
And he's been going putter off the tee on 18. There's a real conservative play inbounds. Something
perfect practice for what he's going to do now.
Yeah. Alex Russell after Kyle got it in nicely. Never a bad decision to make sure you got everything right for 17. Alex doing just that. I don't know if he liked it.
Oh, he's fine. Yeah, he was playing that safety first, way to the right side. Didn't care if he didn't see it touch the ground. He just wanted to make sure that it was high and fast and get that thing over there.
All right, we'll be heading down to our putts.
What an intense championship today has been. Intense.
It was looking slightly slow early, but it heated right up.
And that was all Calvin pushing it, man.
It was.
It was Calvin making the move, hopping up there, making it a tied ball game, taking the lead.
Everybody else just kind of treading water, honestly.
I mean, the scores
At
weren't
best.
amazing. I mean, Ulibarri played a great round, 9 down.
I really feel like Calvin's first 10 holes, 11 holes, considering the situation and the conditions, that's 11 of the greatest holes ever played.
Yeah.
In my opinion. That's a push that I would have said it was impossible. I really mean that. That's incredible. To be 10 under through 11, I mean.
In these conditions, highly improbable. I mean, it's just, yeah, you don't expect or really even think in your best daydream to get half of those holes in these conditions. You know what I mean? And Vinny just posterized the first 12 holes of Winthrop Gold. And then I'd say 11 because he missed his putt on 12.
Yeah.
And then 13 bit him.
Yep, first 11 holes. That's what I'm talking about.
You know? It's so hard to go all the way through like what Alex did second round and just be clean. Yeah, you can tell the grip's starting to go and things aren't coming out so smooth anymore.
Take a nice par there, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Scrape that par up.
eagle. This will be for a 4.
All right.
Taking a 5, dropping back a little bit here. Although I think getting passed by quite a few people with a 5.
Yeah, he's going to slide
tight.
back into 8th place or worse.
Is he really? Wow.
Yeah, that's where the tie at 8th place is right now. Actually, Ulibar, he's going to be in a tie, and that may push Alex Russell out of the top 10. It may. We'll see how it
slides around.
How it slides around. Right now, he's in the top 10.
Is he really running this? Oh, like there was the potential to get Calvined right there. He kind of hit the same spot.
Well, Calvin came in above the basket, you know, and that was really a little bit more of a level putt out of Chris Dickerson. So still,
I don't love it. I don't
he didn't
love
need
it.
to do it exactly.
Yeah,
he didn't have to do that. You know what I mean? You're just opening the door for terrible things to happen. He's gotten away with it a couple of times.
Did right there again. Yeah, on 14 too, right?
Yeah. Taking that death putt.
Stayed in the hazard and made that comebacker, thankfully, but
he stayed safe. Avoided the hazard.
Staying out of the hazard. Here is Kyle Klein for a 2.
Again,
that is his spot
putt.
today.
His hand is not getting up into the chains, crossing the line that his eyes are focused on. It's a simple fix. It's a simple answer to what's going on. He's just letting go too early.
Eagle cleaning up the 5. There is a par from Kyle, Alex, and Chris. As your leader walks off toward 18, sitting on 2 strokes.
Well, we'll load it up one more time, and now this is the next most important shot. He's got to land safe here on 18. He avoided the most dangerous hole
in disc golf.
In disc golf, basically, and now it's the shortest and most dangerous. You know,
yeah.
250 feet, and you're seeing people taking circle 8s. You know, that's a whole lot of bogey there, but. Now he's got one drive, make sure this thing lands safe. You know, that's got to be his first priority. What's my smartest play to get me safe in the fairway? First things first. He doesn't have to try to push it hard. He doesn't even have to try to get to the sweet spot. He could play just right there.
Yeah, right next to that out of bounds. Like he's not trying to push it any farther than that.
Just right at the front of the green before it even slopes uphill, and just pitch something up the hill.
Distance,
you know what I mean?
Distance doesn't matter at all.
It doesn't matter. You don't have to go far, you know. And if he has a driver in his hand, you're gonna be like, "What are you doing?" If you're at home, you know, like.
He's been going putter, so if he goes driver now, he really is crazy.
Yeah. I mean, you imagine he's gonna take something and lay it up 275 feet off the tee, just get in position. He's got a nice little cushion here, 2 sticks. It would take a catastrophic meltdown from the brain for things to go wrong, or just a really bad break.
We've seen the strokes pile up on 18, though.
It can happen. I'm not saying. Like,
Obi on the drive.
I've called it a couple of times.
Yeah.
The things you don't want to happen can happen. Just want to try to avoid that situation, you know. Play your smartest shot. Play something you're super confident in. It's pretty much over if he lands safe.
Yeah.
You know, I don't see him throwing OB twice or making 2 mistakes on the same hole.
Yeah.
1 mistake still gets you the win. 2 mistakes forces a playoff.
That looks like a putter to my eyes, guys.
Just keep it nice and smooth and stay in bounds. The rain's let off again.
Making sure that footing is solid. And here it is.
Oof. There's that little white sign right there. That looked like it had a chance to knock it. I'm looking at it right here over my shoulder, and that was scary for a second, but exactly what we talked about. Just lay that thing up, drop it on the bottom of the fairway. See him taking that big, deep breath.
And the nice thing is he's in his normal spot now. It's not even a new situation.
He's a bit shorter than where he was pushing before.
You think?
I think so. I think he was trying to get into that sweet spot, that little hole that's just to the right of the wood chips up there.
Ah, okay.
that's really the prime time spot where the footing's the best, and it didn't look like he put quite the speed on it that he normally had been.
Kyle with a forehand.
Nicely done there. Just don't get a bad reaction on the ground there. Sit, 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 sit. He's safe. Very good. Yeah, you hate watching the disc stand up on this hole. There goes the heart rate.
They do on those forehands a lot, though.
There goes the heart rate.
They start trickling.
That's the last thing you want is see that heart rate spiking up on this course.
Nate, how'd you play this hole going in? You know, you kind of had it locked up, kind of like Chris. What was your approach to it?
Yeah, I had 5-shot lead, so and we were playing the short pin, so I played extremely safe. And I saw Chris's wife Brittany there. If my wife's experience is any guide, she didn't have an easy day today.
That's got to settle down and that slip on the tee pad.
Was that OB the whole way?
I think so. It looks like he may have to re-tee unless if the spotter thinks he crossed safe up there somewhere. Don't see anybody hustling up there to give him a spot, so more than likely
re-tee.
Re-tee, which I'm surprised he's not back up there right away. I wonder if there's...
Uh-oh, that's OB.
That's going to need a really huge break to backwards spin. Yeah,
that almost hit us.
Yeah. Tough finish for Mr. McMahon.
That's a wet, dejected eagle right there.
Not to laugh, but that was kind of funny, man. You're too quick, man, with the whip, man. Just sharp as a tack, buddy.
Thanks, my friend. Oh, buddy. All right, Alex Russell going back to that re-tee. He's going back to the backhand again. I would have thought Alex would just rip a forehand over there.
I think he's having forehand grip issues for sure. He's made some strange decisions, and I think it's got to be because of wet.
He's probably out of dry towels. Everything he's got is wet.
And as we take a look at this one, I just want to take a chance to say I've really enjoyed working with you guys and our whole production team, and thanks to everybody.
It's been fantastic.
It's going to be Chris's moment right here soon, but for right now, I say thank you guys, and I had a fun time.
Yeah, cool, Ian, man. Luke, all the guys just absolutely killing it out there. Not me, Ian. Different Ian.
It's nice to have you with us, buddy. And
you, Ian, too.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir.
Dropping your 2 cents in on the story, and yeah, man, it's been great to have you, bud.
All right, Chris holding on to those 2 strokes with hopefully just 2 or 3 holes throws left in his tournament.
Big time, yeah. This is a big moment for Chris Dickerson. I mean, a major championship win, you know, like we've talked about before, really changes things for the player. You know, it's a life-changing experience. It's something that you'll never forget. I haven't experienced it myself, but I could only imagine what it would feel like to take down a major and just soak all that up and realize you did it.
Yeah,
you've earned that place.
Nate kind of talked about those feels, like validating everything you've done in your life up to this point. You know, the decisions you've made.
I mean, granted, he's not on tour full time like most of us are. You know, I mean, he's kind of a journeyman. He kind of pops up and shows up on the East Coast and into the middle. He doesn't really go out west. So I mean, you know, us touring pros, I mean, we respect Chris Dickerson big time. We respect his decisions and how he chooses to set up his tour. And that's his choice if that's what he wants to do. But, you know, I'm sure people are going to want to see more of him now. You know, and it puts him in a different position. And we'll see how he handles it after this, you know what I mean?
He's kind of been touring like a little more and a little more every year. Yeah.
But, you know,
give the people what they want, which is more Chris Dickerson.
Just even more impressive that, you know, he's able to do that when he's not out there. I mean, he plays a lot of tournaments, but we don't see him.
His win rate is ridiculous, by the way.
Insane.
It's like somewhere near 50%.
It's pretty insane.
I think it might be north of 50.
Yeah, it's...
Well, he's not on tour with us full time, so I have a feeling that has a little something to do with it.
Yeah, I'm sure it does,
you know what
but
I mean?
Still.
But when he does show up, he's constantly, consistently chasing dudes down, chasing the leaders down, making a push, and he's like right there every tournament pretty much that he's played in. He's super impressive.
He's a top 5 player in the world right now.
I wonder who he was learning under. Like, who was his mentor? Like, where did he come from? I don't really know
he's like
that much
Will
about.
Schusterick area, but he doesn't have a real Will Schustericky game to my mind. But I don't know. You got any insight on that one, Nate?
He lives in kind of East Tennessee. Zach Melton, guys like that. He hangs out with and plays with. I'm not really sure of like like a mentor.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, maybe he just figured it out on his own. It's a lot of people have to.
This is true. We don't have a lot of coaches in this game, but there's a lot of good people you can go talk to and get some information.
You can hit up Philo for lessons if you guys want.
Absolutely.
Yeah. One of the better teachers in our game.
Thank you, sir.
Got it. True words. There's Pablo hustling up to these next slides on 18, as Alex is having a bit of a blow up on 18 there. I think that was 2 OB drives.
Yeah, that was a brutal way to end things, but, you know, he's going to keep his head up. He's got to be proud of his effort. He's tied the course record here at Winthrop Gold, so it's not all bad news for Alex.
Yeah.
You know, obviously the conditions just really made this difficult for everybody.
Yeah, Chris is about 50 feet short of where he was yesterday.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. That just makes that next shot a little bit dicier, and if he yanks over on that thing too much.
Oh, that's a mid. He's just laying up.
Well, if he's smart, he's playing for bogey.
Yep, and he is.
That's got to sit down.
He could even par from there.
He could. That's game over, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep. There's not enough mistakes to be made.
Nope.
From there.
I know Calvin was probably hoping for a miracle bad break for him and maybe force a playoff, but I don't think it's going to happen at this point. I mean, he's 150 feet from the basket max, maybe 175, and I just don't see it happening from there.
Chris has been the class of this tournament the whole time. I
Yeah.
mean, we've had other guys pop up in and out, but it's been a Chris show. It's deserved. He's fought hard.
And we did have that early showing by the AB, Anthony Barella popping out the 13. Probably the best opening round in USDGC history, and you know, Eagle was right up there in the mix. Paul Macbeth was right up there in the mix, and then Chris Dickerson was just on the outside, on the shadows, watching these guys, and made his move, found his way into the lead. He just hasn't really given it up for much of any time at all since he's had it.
Let Vinny bar up for like about a hole and a half, I feel like.
Yeah, maybe 15 minutes maybe. Then he was in the lead.
That was all it was, yeah.
And then he made his mistake, and he leapfrogged right back over him, and here he is, 2 plays away from
getting his first
earning
major.
his first major title.
And winning the only major of the year.
Only one.
Eagle throwing 3. If that doesn't cut roll, that should be great.
Yeah, he's safe. Not the ideal place, but more than likely just a layup, salvaging whatever he's got. No need to force the issue. The rain's starting to fall yet again. It's kind of starting, off and on, kind of like hurricane bands do. Just kind of come and go. Looks like Chris Dickerson will be claiming his victory here with a little bit of raindrops, you know, just a wet one.
I don't think he minds a little rain on this parade of his. Alex throwing 6, I believe. A higher number than he hoped for, anyway.
All right, that's got to simmer down. Oh, they threw up the red flag
That's
instantly.
OB again,
Sawed
yeah.
that off big time.
Oh man, that's 3 OBs.
I imagine it's just his hand. They're just tired.
I mean, it's getting a little cold out here, Philo. A little white.
Yeah, it's so hard to keep your hands in throwing condition, you know, when you've been out here for hours.
And that water just saps that heat out.
There's nobody bringing him towels. There's nobody bringing him a jacket or a sweater. You know, he's out there on his own. He doesn't have a caddy that could run halfway across the property and go get something to make life a little easier for him. You know, it's a tough situation to be in this condition today.
Wow.
It just keeps on coming.
Just started dumping right now.
Well, Dickerson's got a little bit of work to do here, not a whole lot. Playing it up the high side.
Beautiful.
And he's going to lay it from there.
Lay up from there and
take that bogey.
Call it a day. No need to take that putt with a 2-stroke advantage.
It's got to be setting in right now, you know?
It's got to be. I mean, after that shot on 17 when he landed safe, I really think that's when the nerves really went down, you know? The anxiety, all of that just dropped tremendously after that drive on 17 land safe.
In my experience, anxiety was replaced by like lightheadedness.
Yeah.
And like jello legs.
I bet.
You know, it was like that. It wasn't like I still didn't feel good,
I felt like, like dizzy and like, oh my gosh.
A different kind of nervous?
This is about to happen. I don't know what Chris is feeling, but it wasn't like I was like celebratory right away.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's probably still feeling pretty weird that this is coming true.
I'm sure it's going to take a while for it to settle in. You know what I mean? Maybe it won't. I mean, he's such a cool cat. I mean, he might hop up here on the mic and just surprise us all. You know what I mean? And who knows? I mean, he just seems like such a mellow guy. He's so under control of his game, in command of his game, in command of his emotions. And I don't think he ever stopped for a second believing today that it was his day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just don't ever think that ever really crossed his mind, even when things got tight. Who knows if he'd even been looking? Who knows if anybody had relayed the message to him?
I wonder if he ever checked you.
You know what I mean? Like, we don't know. I mean, we weren't out there. We weren't in the group to be able to hear these conversations these guys are having and what's taking place under the tent, under the umbrella. There's another layup by Alex, just pitching that thing up, and we're going to call that a day, call it a tournament. A little tap in there.
Unfortunately, dropping quite a bit back after this hole, though.
There's Dickerson going to pitch that thing up there upside down and hope for nothing strange to happen. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen.
Guys.
Just solidified his place in USDGC history right there with that layup. And he'll grab himself another putter or something, drop that thing in the basket, and the party will begin for Mr. Dickerson.
That's going to be a fun night for him. Kyle cleaning up here.
He has no reason to hold his head down. He had a rough go there at the end, but he played a fantastic tournament.
Did he stay top 10? Tied for 5th.
Tied for 5th. There you go, young buck. That's not a bad finish, man. You got me by a spot last year. Good job.
And here we go, guys. Chris Dickerson. Your 2020 United States Disc Golf Champion, Chris Dickerson.
I'm going to clap for the man.
Well done, man.
This kid's been a beast for 3 seasons or so that I've seen him around. Just straight beast mode every time I see the guy. Incredible golf. Excellent job. Eagle coming over, giving him some respect, which he should well do.
There you can see him, a little sigh of relief finally.
A little sigh of relief. What an event for Chris.
He did it, man.
He pretty much drove the bus on this tournament for 3/4 of the way.
He did. He was the guy out there that everyone was trying to hunt down.
Excellent work, excellent win.
Yep.
Can't wait to come back and have that ring ceremony with Chris Dickerson and have that special moment. So cool.
A moment he will never forget the rest of his life.
Absolutely not. That'll make for a short drive home.
There he is, approaching the green. A little score adding up.
Yeah, they're going to come on in underneath the shack here, add up their scores, make sure everything's official.
Wow. What a day, Philo.
What a week, man. What a week. I'm exhausted. I haven't thrown a disc since Monday or Tuesday, I think. Played a few extra holes with Barsby before his round on Wednesday just to kind of help him get dialed in. And I haven't thrown a disc all week, and I'm exhausted.
That was emotionally exhausted to watch.
Exhausted, man. I mean, we've been doing post-production in the mornings, and I don't think I've used this many words in ever.
Right there with
I'm not the chatterbox,
Me either. Neither of us are talkers, which is pretty funny sitting where we are right now, but I'm glad we got to watch that together.
Big time, man. Thank you so much, bro.
That was fun.
Thank you guys all for tuning in, paying the pay-per-view subscription.
Type of coverage possible.
Absolutely. You guys at home, promoting disc golf and supporting disc golf, supporting all of us players throughout the season, tuning into all the after post-production coverage and leaving your comments. And it's so unfortunate we weren't able to have the fans and the big galleries after the summer break, after we came back after the COVID break. And we missed having all those people here. I missed so many people. I got an email from Andrew Big Dog last night, who's usually in this room right now, but he's a COVID risk, so he couldn't come.
All right.
He's got health risk. He didn't want to come over here and put himself at risk and possibly end up in a hospital or something, and you just never know. But Andrew Sweeten sent me a text message and saying he missed us and wished that he could be here, and super stoked to see you and I on the camera rocking the mic.
Man. Andrew's such a great guy.
He's a great dude.
So, man. Final thoughts for the tournament, Philo? What do you got for us?
I'm so tired. My brain is frazzled. I mean, you look at the leaderboard there and you're seeing world-class title, world-class names. There's no slouches in that group right there. You know, all of those gentlemen should be super proud of themselves for the effort they put out this week.
Yeah.
They're exempt from the next tournament.
Man, Rick with another top 3 finish. He wants this one so bad. It's
tried
his
in
hometown
backyard.
tournament.
It is. I mean, 4 sticks off the win. You know, I'm sure he's going to be chomping at the bit to get back here next year. He doesn't have to worry about a qualifying spot.
Yep.
Guys like Paul Ulibarri and Chris Clemens, Johnny McRae doesn't have to worry about a Monday qualifier next
doesn't have
year.
to mess with that anymore.
You know, it's just like, wow, what a week for some of these guys. And like I mentioned earlier, you had world-class names, previous winners of this event, not even cashing.
Yeah, and we talked about it. There's
coming up short.
There's no more milk left in that jug. It's all cream.
Yeah, what a week, man.
There's
I mean,
a lot of great disc golfers out here.
It has been. There's just been so many awesome moments. Double G's epic eagle yesterday on hole 5. The awesome eagles we saw on hole 13.
Goodness.
Isaac Robinson.
Yeah.
I mean, all kinds of special plays. Big putts galore. Consistency galore. Eagle laying it down early. Chris Dickerson showing us the last couple legs of the tournament, how to do it. And then obviously today things got bumpy for him. And you look back at some of his plays, you know, there's that solid putt. Chris Dickerson, we're all super familiar with that, stepping up on hole 12 and getting himself in prime time position to attack the green. I mean, you couldn't have placed the disc in a better spot. Right up there on top of the spine.
Yeah, not the greatest score out of him. And probably, I guess, his worst score of the tournament by
it
far
was,
today.
but he got the job done. You know what I mean? And that's really what matters today. And this shot, I mean, this was shot of the day, in my opinion. If that smashes chains, I mean, I think it would have been game over there, unless if he really unraveled on 17. And
it almost unraveled
Clown's
right
Mouth
here.
on hole 15. It started to. I mean, Vinny had to land safe and make that 2 to really put the heat on him, and it just didn't happen. And then this is the play that seals the deal. You know, that wide, high, spiking hyzer just clears the hay bale. Whew. Even watching it now, it's just like my heart races for him in that moment. You know how important it is, how sketchy it is to throw that shot. And the safety drive on 18 right here, just locking it in. Locking in his place in USDGC history. And you see, oh, okay, from my vantage point, it looked a little closer to that little pole there, but here's his second shot, playing into position. No problem. Green flag. And tap in. Don't bump your head on the basket on the way up for your first major win, buddy.
When you can do that for a win, it's always a good day.
Absolutely.
And
when you can
major,
bogey your
even
last
better.
hole for a major, you did something right. You held it down.
Incredible.
And there it is one more time. Your top 10 with the tie at the 10th place with Johnny McRae, Adam Hammis, Nathan Queen.
Oh, nice.
So I'm not sure what they'll do if all 3 of those guys get the bid, if they all get the spot, or
might as well give it to all of them, right?
Yeah, give them all in there.
They're all fun. I want to see them next year, don't you?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, guys.
What about you? What about your final thoughts? How was your first experience here at
This
USD?
exceeded all expectations 100-fold, man.
Excellent.
This is the experience of a lifetime.
You're going to try to do it again next year?
I would love to.
Hoping you get that phone call?
I hope so, man.
Right on, man. Hopefully I'm back in the seat with you if I'm able, you know.
Yeah.
We'll see what the future brings, right?
You bet, man. I'm going to give a huge shout out to all the Central Coast crew, Corey, Peter, Pablo, Keenan. Just doing Sean, Corey on the speed gun and the rangefinders. There's so many people working behind the scenes here on this, making just a great protection for you guys.
I mean, the Fulcrum crew, you got to hand it to them.
Yeah.
All the Innova staff, all the volunteers who hung out with us in the rain all day. I know it was a beautiful 3 days, but today was the pits, and they hung out and hung strong, and they're out there soaking wet, and there's really not much support for them, you know what I mean? We're at a broken down capacity, 250 people max on the property at once. And, you know, we're just kind of running lean around here, and people are pitching in. And you saw the teamwork that happened on hole 10 earlier. You know, just a testament to how much people care about this event and how important it is. And once again, here's the play that could have made the difference for Vinny. And
a couple feet, it felt like right there.
It's more like 20 feet, man.
Is it
honestly,
really?
you know, like you got to be thinking safety first, and then the most ridiculous break of the day. I mean, my heart and my stomach churns
that
for
doesn't
him
happen. This
watching
tournament's
that.
different.
You know, and that could have really put the heater on Chris Dickerson.
That was the 2 strokes.
That was the 2 strokes that he needed, you know, and it's so unfortunate. And he took another stab at it and just short and right. Rough finish for Vinny there, but, you know.
Way to battle back.
Way to battle back. Way to put up an effort, you know. Way to stick with it and show some moxie and some backbone. And That's what it takes out here if you're going to be a major champion. There are no slouches winning majors.
Yeah.
You know, none of them are getting it done if you can't shoot that 10-40, 10-50 consistent, put yourself in position. You saw the scores. You saw what it took the first 2 and 3 rounds to put yourself in position. And Vinny had to come screaming back. If it was calm conditions, it's game over.
I don't think that's going to happen, right?
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like he got fortunate. This situation worked in his favor today, where the weather was in a situation where he felt comfortable. He could attack. He scored extremely well through 11 holes, and then boom, just like that, get a flat tire. Boom, another blowout, tournament over. And it happens so often out here. And it seems like our winner's finally made his way up to the booth, and he's with our partner, Nate Sexton. Are you ready over there? Take it away, guys.
For Philo and myself, though, I just want to thank you guys so much for watching. Really appreciate it. And we'll kick it over to Nate for our trophy ceremony.
I'm here with Chris Dickerson, the man of the hour and the class of the field. If you can, tell us how you feel.
Honestly, it's undescribable. This is the best win you could ask for, in my opinion. So, just feels great.
Well, on behalf of the USDGC and the PDGA, the championship trophy for your 2020 United States Disc Golf Champion, Mr. Chris Dickerson.
Thank you.
Who would you like to thank?
Oh, goodness. There's a list of people that really helped me out this week. First off, we'll start with Dickie Brewer for giving me a place to stay all week. Seth Muncy for, helping me with Disc Golf Strong. Ron Duttlinger for, just being there to talk me through things before rounds and after rounds. Gosh, there's so many people. Just, I can't even name them all, so I'll stop while I'm ahead. And Prodigy Disc, of course.